Boa tarde, galerinha. Vamos começar a nossa live. Passagem de ano. Quero desejar a todos hoje um feliz ano novo, galera. Repleto de muita saúde, paz, amizade, que é muito importante, né? Alegrias diversas e saúde, que sem saúde ninguém vai pra canto nenhum. E quero pedir também a vocês que curtam, que comentem, compartilhem o canal e vão ajudar esse canal tão bom a continuar crescendo, galera. Que Deus abençoe todos vocês. Vamos começar a nossa livezinha aí de Stories, The Path of Destinies. E traduzindo as histórias, o caminho do destino. Os destinos para os destinos. Então vamos lá. Começou bonitão, hein? Tem muito que mexer.
The infamous rover
Vamos para a história.
plundered the floating isles. Then his mother called him to her deathbed. "Swear to me that you won't die on the gallows," she rasped. Reluctantly, he swore. And he whiled away his days at home with music, cards, and wine. But the Emperor had changed. He'd been good once, a shy, almost humble toad. He'd built universities. Then people started whispering about mass graves in the woods, midnight rituals, victims screaming. The Imperial Ravens would round up entire villages, and no one ever returned. The Ravens had come to Ubar scouting for ancient books said to be of great power. But the librarians had hidden the books, so they'd burnt the librarians. The citizens, outraged, had driven them off. The Ravens had come back with dropships. The kid had fled with one of those books. He was brave and dumb and wanted to join the rebellion. And Bernardo had promised his mother he'd protect him.
E assim começa nossa aventura, galera.
The kid was looking down, watching his city burn. "Sorry, kid," Bernardo told the kid. "Look, if we give them the book, they'll leave you alone." "My mother died for this book!" "I promised her I'd protect you." "Oh, damn it." The kid had run off. With the book, of course. So Bernardo had to run after him.
Esse aqui eu acho que é dos mesmos produtores daquele outro jogo que a gente...
The two Ravens were staring at the kid like he was their dinner, which probably was what was in their tiny brains. "Hey," Bernardo said. They cocked their heads at him. "Pick on someone as ugly as you." Wait, that didn't come out right. "For the Emperor!" The Ravens cawed and rushed at him.
Tranquilo. Dá uma explorada. Como de costume.
A dropship flew overhead. He hoped they hadn't noticed him. The kid. Oh, right. The Gate of Heroes. Someone's idea of a joke, making the Skyship docks a gated community. You needed a hero's sword to open it. And the kid was on the other side of the gate. Who let you through? Promise me you'll take the book to the rebels, or I'm gonna steal your ship. I'm not taking the damn book anywhere, and neither are you. Try and stop me, laughed the kid. I bet you don't even have a hero sword. And with that, the kid hopped away. Had to hand it to the kid. He was an idiot, but he had guts. Where was Renata going to get a hero sword? Ore and wind essence? That sounds about right. I'll need a workshop, though. Perfect.
Poder. Os recursos, nível atual.
A hero sword. QED.
Próximo nível vai ser minério, essência do vento. Que é do fogo. Essência do fogo. Essência da água, essência do vento. Duas com essência do vento. É pra ter botado do raio. Agora acho que abre aquela porta.
This is what he got for settling down and finding people to care about. The kid's mum had been a swell cook and she'd laughed at Renato's jokes, even when he didn't know he'd made one. And then the ravens had come to burn her. And she'd made him promise to protect the kid. But she never told him where the book was. Just the kid.
Garota aí, a proteção vai durar bem pouquinho. Do jeito que é doido.
He came up to a ledge. It was too far to jump. There'd been a bridge here before, hadn't there? And there was Peter, giggling at him. How'd you get across? He asked the kid. Where'd you find a hook? I hopped, said the kid. White-ass kid. Hey, look out behind you! Cute, said Renato. Ah, ravens. It was time to talk some sense into the kid. Just hook his way across the ledge and chase the kid down. Thing was, he hadn't used his hook since he'd retired. How had he done it? Maybe if he meditated at that altar there, he'd remember his old skills.
Habilidades. 4 níveis de habilidades, ok. Informações sobre as habilidades. Paro de gancho. Onde que eu posso desbloquear o gancho
It
mesmo?
was starting to come back to him. Something you never
Legal,
completely forgot. Like how to freeze
Dá pra
time when
puxar os
attacking.
inimigos também.
The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Mas
And there was the Farfarer. She was the fastest ship he'd ever known. She could do the Kestra run in 12 furlongs. Oh, so the salesman had told him. And something told him the kid was about to walk into an ambush. Stop! He shouted. I'm not giving you the book! Shouted the kid, and took off. No! Peter! but the kid ran for it.
Lascou-se.
And a goggler nailed him with its ivy.
Lascou-se. Qual outro? Lascou-se, menino.
The book was unburned. Next to it were the buckles from the kid's shoes, and a kid-sized pile of ashes. Damn it. Why hadn't he lied and told the kid he'd take the book to the rebels? The kid would be alive now. Really pissed off and betrayed, but alive. Oh, damn it. Renato picked up the book. He couldn't let the Empire have it now. He was going to have to get it out of there. He'd be a wanted man. Probably have to join the rebellion just to have a place to dock. Well, he'd hated home life anyway.
Olha o xerém, o menino. Bora, galerinha que tá aí, já deixa um comentário aí, já deixa o like, para que eu possa mandar um salve aí pra vocês.
What was the big deal about this book anyway? Maybe he should open it and find out. All that had been years ago. How many? The war was a blur, and now 3 Raven scout ships were chasing him. Where are you running, rebel? Cawed the Raven captain over the loud hailer. Renato could see them cranking up their catapults. Just going out for milk? Renato yelled back. Where can you run? Laughed the Raven horribly. Far behind him, another city was burning. The dark cloud above its island was thousands of Imperial ships. The fleet was doing a thorough job. Take us to the rebel base! I will spare your life! It cawed. The entire jury-rigged rebel fleet was only a few islands to the east. Beyond that were only the pillars of heaven. A sea of endless blood-colored tornadoes. The rebellion was out of time. Unless Renato could bring a game-changer. Maybe he could. Renato had found out where he could find the pieces of the Sky Ripper. The legendary weapon that had exiled the lost gods. Surely a legendary weapon could win the final battle. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino had sent Renato a desperate message saying he had a brilliant scheme to save the rebellion. If Renato could only rescue him. Renato dived the Farfarer towards the abyss. As he felt the heat of the jet stream, the Raven ships peeled off, not stable enough to follow him down there. Now it was time to choose. Lapino or the Sky Ripper?
Olha aí, pra escolher, mano. Casar, não para afinar os velhos amigos. A rebelião estava sem tempo e o Reynald precisava virar o jogo. Mesmo que Lapino não fosse considerado um jogador forte, ele poderia inventar uns esquemas malucos. Talvez resgatar valeria a pena. Um artefato antigo que derrotou os deuses desaparecidos seria virado o jogo. Apesar de ter sido partido em 2 pedaços anos atrás, Reynald podia reconstruí-lo, pegando primeiramente sua armadura. Agora sim, viu? Já que tem essas opções, será que tipo assim, nas próximas eu escolher só as primeiras e jogar outra vez escolhendo só a segunda e outra escolher alternado, tem diferença, hein? Rapaz, esse amigo dele não tá em perigo, né? Agora vem a dúvida.
Ah,
Vou
Lapino.
escolher isso aqui.
Apparently, the mad rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse. Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens? Oh, you shouldn't have.
Legal, sua manopla tem 3 encaixes onde você pode colocar joias. Selecione um dos encaixes para ver suas joias. Legal. Pegar uma joia que você já tem fará com que o nível dessa joia aumente automaticamente. Ele tá ficando mesmo ali em cima, transmissão, acho que eu tenho que botar pro lado esquerdo. Não tenho ainda. Vamos lá.
This was much easier than free climbing.
Ora, amiguinho, você tá acompanhando aí, deixa o like, comenta, pode pedir um salve aí, pedir um abraço pra quem você quiser.
People were frightened these days. Just 2 weeks past, Renardo had sneaked through an empty town and listened to the Ravens caw about the Emperor's new taste in ritual sacrifice. Renardo's blood was up. He just needed to smash something.
É isso aqui. Aí, ó, símbolo aqui. Não consigo virar a câmera. A câmera é fixa também. Até agora ele não pula.
He wasn't that good. Yet.
Mas não tem um ponto ainda. É o Destiny. Abriu, mas vamos vasculhar mais. Aí. subir de nível.
Come over here. Tired of doing that, Coronado. Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
Aqui parece que não tem canto secreto pra você descobrir pra ir. Rapaz, essa bexiga era pra abrir pra ele voltar pra melhorar a habilidade dele. Comprar aquela habilidade lá. Ele caiu lá embaixo. Só que eu tô vendo o baú lá embaixo. Opa! Essência do fogo, hein? Um altar. Eu vou poder desbloquear já. Olha aqui que pode ser que é alguma coisa, né, amigo? Vamos que pro altar. Ganhei um ponto. Desbloquear o dash aqui.
Something you never completely forgot, like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Aí tá ali o vigor ali embaixo. Agora esse vigor dele era pra estar perto ali do life da espada. Mais fácil de visualizar. Aqui é um dash de vergonha. Eu gosto de jogo que tem assim, um dash que vá bem longe. Eita! Perdi, foi muito life ainda. O bom é que tinha só uma defesazinha também.
Run down his back. Or possibly a flea.
Esse símbolozinho que eu não sei pra que serve. Eu acho que dá pra fazer espada de fogo. Cadê? Não é aqui não? Ataque imediatamente quando o ataque anterior atinge para obter um golpe perfeito. Vai ter muita coisa legal. Por exemplo, aqui no gancho, deixa eu ver o próximo. Enganchar o inimigo com escudo vai arrasar o escudo, deixando vulnerável. Inflige danos inimigos enganchados, aumenta a velocidade gerada de disparo do gancho. Legal. Muito legal o joguinho aqui, viu? Opa, aumentei de nível, amigo. Não sei se eu vou acertar isso aqui. Ataca imediatamente quando o ataque pegar no inimigo. Tem nada.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lapino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, see, this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter. That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
Ah, velho, agora eu vou pegar isso aqui.
The transcendent emperor had wrapped an armature around the eye of a god. Bernardo had already let that armature slip away to save Lapino's life. But even its core, the eye torn from a god, surely they could fashion a great weapon from that. The core of the Sky Ripper? Lapino's excited. That's an actual thing that we could just go and get. You've been busy. He sure had. Renato told him all the things he'd been up to. Soon they got to talking about old times, about wages they'd won and lost, and scrapes they'd barely got out of. It was good to be back with his friend. Renato grinned. He had a very good feeling about this. It's beautiful here, thought Renato. He was thrilled to be back with his old war buddy. He'd missed the mad rabbit. But something was not quite right.
É legal essas escolhas que você faz. Muda a trajetória do jogo.
This chest made music when you opened it. Too bad it was Muzak.
Música ambiente. Ei, meu amigo, nem abriu o baú. Não dá pra usar de novo, não? Porra.
Who needed bridges anyway?
Ainda bem que é pé. Eita, porra, um caiu. Ah, putaria, velho. esquece de deixar o like aí, amiguinho.
I wonder what I could make with all these sword crafting materials, thought Renato.
Os locais que ele não tem acesso, o gancho nem passa.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Eu peguei a essência do fogo, a essência da água. Um secreto por aqui.
Where did that go to? Renato felt wrong all over. He could feel an almost palpable sickness in the air. And if the land could have tumors, they would look like these monstrous crystals. The forest was quieter than it had been. There were insects, but few birds, if you didn't count the ravens. Renato smelled sick animals and dying ones, but no healthy ones. And getting a bad feeling about this, Renato thought. Maybe Lapina was right. Maybe they should have kidnapped Zenobia instead of coming here.
A fileira de habilidades desbloqueadas. Uma verdade, duas verdades, três verdades. Reflexos defensivos. Atraso do tempo. Esse reflexo defensivos, se eu nem defesa eu tenho, a não ser que a defesa seja eu atacar. Seja aquele negócio de eu atacar quando eles forem me atacar. Não tem nada não, se tivesse. Aí a defesa é essa aqui mesmo.
Barely landed a claw on it.
Aê. Vou voltar lá. Não dá pra voltar mais. Vou botar na direção do que o cara tá me atacando e apertar o botão defendo.
As he held the radiant icosahedron, Renato felt queasy, like dozens of tiny worms were nibbling his insides. It wasn't healthy to be so close to the eye of a god. How could he use it? He could take it to the observatory. The scientists there could tell him how to harness its ancient power. But honestly, Renato ached to get away from it. He brought the core back with him to the Farfarer. But honestly, Renato ached to be rid of it. "Tell you what," said Lupino. "I'll take it to the observatory. You attack the Imperial outpost." The Imperial outpost was a vital communications node. Taking it could shatter the Empire's ability to coordinate. And it would be full of secret plans and maps and maybe even rebel prisoners. It was a good target for a hero like Renato. But what if Lupino got the core and then broke it or lost it? Or worse, was Renato ready to take that risk? Maybe it was better if he brought the core to the scientists himself.
Rapaz, o cara lá pode sucumbir ao cubo lá, né? Ao poder dele. Eu vou...
Lupino was a touchy
Eu mesmo
rabbit.
levar.
Renato knew that. "You're brave, I know," Renato said. "But this is what I was hired to do. At least let me run ahead and warn the scientists you're coming." So, Lupino was intent on being a hero. Just like him. War made sensible men crazy for glory. And Lupino had never been sensible. But what was the harm? Lupino might well trip over a hornet's nest of ravens. But that was better than ravens lying in ambush, wasn't it? They finished the trip to the Nexus in silence. Renato had no sooner rescued his friend than he was putting him back in danger. "All right," he finally said as they landed. "Go."
Vai que o Lapino ali ficava do mal aí com aquele bicho super poderoso.
As Renato watched Lupino vanish on the horizon, he could feel nausea building in him. He felt ill. Could his knees really be aching this much? But how could he have handed the core off to Lupino? That was a recipe for disaster.
Foi isso que eu pensei. Rapaz, não arrumei life ainda. Esse cristais aqui não quebra não.
He was sort of yanking his own chain, wasn't he?
Ele tá verde. Ele tá perdendo vida? Aí tá. Agora que eu tô
It's
vendo.
time to make a new sword.
Ó, meu amigo, abre aí que eu tô me lascando. vida.
Renato felt worse. All his joints were aching now. He'd been through beatings that felt better than this. So the core had a kind of poison that could harm you without even touching you. That's new. Well, it had power. The rebellion needed something with power. And how was this any worse than a sword wound? Well, a death by sword was sudden and fair. This was just squalid. A piecemeal death, like old age. The Imperial fleet was closing in.
O filho tá morrendo.
And what had Renato accomplished? He'd rescued Lupino, but ignored his plan. Now he was dying of the core's poison.
Do fogo são duas que precisa. Agora se eu gastar essa aqui.
His trusty old sword was always a little better when he sharpened it.
Recupere vida rapidamente ao longo do tempo. Legal. É o que eu tô precisando, meu amigo.
There was an inscription. No spitting.
Caralho, na hora certa.
Ooh, Renato hated warlocks. The way they stayed back and lobbed pain and death from a distance. Cowards. Really dangerous, effective cowards.
Aê, filho de uma égua. Não vai enchendo com o tempo não. O poder da espada. Aí é, eu já morri.
Renato felt a little better. observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists everywhere. Bernardo found the mad rabbit cowering under a desk. The ravens, they must have known we were coming, said Lapino.
Lapino foi ele quem fez alguma vagabundagem, será?
See, I was doing a card trick with my lucky deck, and I kind of bobbled the cards, so I went under the desk to gather them up, and boom! I guess we'll have to take the car straight to the secret base. The secret rebel
Rapaz,
base.
esse bicho tá com pirangagem, viu?
Yes. They had engineers there. But wait.
Esse bicho tá com vagabundagem.
The sage in the mountains. Maybe he would know what to do with the naked core.
Vou levar pra onde ele quer não, vou levar pro sábio aqui.
Was killing him. He needed help. The sage Calaveras had given him the maps to find the armature and the core. If anyone knew the true name of the Transcendent Emperor, if anyone knew how to assemble the Sky Ripper, Calaveras did. If anyone could heal Reynardo and render the core safe, at least to its bearer, surely it was he. The base of the mountain was the only safe place for a landing. He would have to continue on foot, muscles aching. Calaveras was a scholar, not a doctor. Could he really save Reynardo from the poison radiating from the lost god's eye he was so recklessly carrying?
Nível máximo. O jogo é curto, já tá no nível máximo já.
If his future self had commissioned these poles.
Pera aí, galera. Já volto. Vamos lá. Meu amigo, pegue vida e não se lasca.
Oh, this was not a fun way to die. Even if he survived. No one would write ballads about the fox whose knees ached forever, would they? Not unless he paid for it. He hated paying for publicity.
Tem dois caminhos, tem aquele e tem esse.
Hero Wall. Hero Sword. Ice Wall. Ice Cube. Close to you.
Isso aqui nem interage nem faz nada. Tem esse, tem aquele. Aquele vai pro baú, ó. Aí que eu vou voltar. Volta não. Porra. Rapaz, fiquei apertando o dash. O filho da puta não deu o dash. Porra. Ó o baú, ó. Porra. Dá não, meu filho. Tem tempo, dá tempo não. Seus boss.
It was chilling walking through the living mountains. There was always noise up ahead. Insects, birds, the croak and flutter of ravens arranging ambushes. But close by, there was only the breeze and the trickle of melting snow.
Quero pegar o baú,
every living
amigo.
thing was holding its breath for his poisonous burden to move on.
É mó pai no
Building
caso
these
poder
platforms
voltar.
was so expensive, they'd run out of budget for guardrails.
Bom é o comentário do cara aí. Outro baú ali embaixo, outro baú aqui.
Have you ever felt you were just going round in circles? Bernardo felt like that.
Não acende não. Não acende esses braseiros.
A lever? That was new. Most people still use doorknobs.
Ah, é que adiantou.
Time was running out for
A
the
bichinha
rebellion.
não deu pra pegar nada.
They might already be fighting the Imperial fleet. Everything hinged on Calaveras' ability to turn an exiled god's eye into something deadly. Smashing things was fun.
Esse aqui é quebra, não é? E a cor tá diferente. São 3 pontos de habilidade. Peças. Cinco de dano. Neutralizar.
The core! Splendid! Croaked Calaveras. Where's the armature? Right, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't need it. No, I don't. It's just a professional interest. We've got much better prismatics than the old TE ever did. So Calaveras was an arcane engineer. He fussed at the core all day. He wrapped it with silver chains, and in front of it, he placed a huge, round ruby, so that it looked like a monstrous, floating eye. Ah, so, what is it? Yeah, I call it the Oculum. It's my very first death ray. And it won't poison me? Oh, no, it's completely safe now. Anything I should watch out for? Yeah, try to avoid pointing at any mirrors. As he loaded the Oculum onto the Farfarer, Bernardo was a little concerned about Calaveras. People who were utterly sure of themselves, he had found, were either experts or horribly wrong. Or both. But Bernardo only needed to fire the Oculum once. He only needed to destroy one ship, the Emperor's ship, and the war was over. Bernardo plunged into the Imperial fleet. He felt the Oculum humming. He no longer felt sick. This was going to be fun. Or at least, it was going to be over. Bernardo resisted the temptation to fire the Oculum until the time came. He could sense its arcane energies yearning to escape the sage's wrappings. But it wasn't eating him alive. So that was a plus. He felt good about himself. He'd saved a friend, he'd helped the rebels, he'd relied on himself, but he'd listened to others. He felt like the right sort of hero. Wise, yet decisive. Calaveras had been so sure it would work. Maybe he could fire it just a few times. No harm in that, right? But only when he absolutely needed to.
Vamos lá. Rapaz, aquele lugar lá tá cheio de baú, não dá pra explorar. Aqui volta lá depois de novo. Aí, ó. Eita, o orbe reajuda a vitória. Tá nem vendo esse corno aqui. Filho da mãe. Levando fumo e não tá nem tocando. A orbe reajuda que só, viu?
Bernardo, smash!
Reinaldo esmagar. cheguei a meu life máximo ainda. Depois que eu aumentei o poder.
Don't look down, he told himself. Don't look down. It was good to practice your moves, thought Renato. Keeps you limber.
Uma dessas derruba, outras não derruba. É, não dá pra voltar mais. Aê, filho de uma égua. O life tá no cheio, não era pra gastar mais isso aqui não. É pra ele aceitar que gastasse não.
Can't we just agree to disagree? Said Renato. No?
Dá pra me voltar, pegar esse bichinho azul aqui. Ah não. Vamos pra frente. Não quer que seja essas bolinhas aqui não, mãe?
It's like having a pet. Well, like having a goblin pet. Renado's arm was getting tired. The core was no longer eating at him, but he still felt weak. His stamina was shot, but he had the oculum. When the ravens swarmed him, it would sometimes fire its death ray. It seemed to be warming up too, firing more and more often. Maybe he should let it cool off. Yeah, he decided to stop using it entirely.
E agora pra pular num navio desse aqui que tá passando, né? Os cenários são todos pequenos. Ah, é bonzinho o jogo. Finalizei ele hoje
Renato
ainda.
wondered if it wasn't cheaper to build bridges and stairs.
Demora um pouquinho porque eu gosto de explorar, meu amigo. Eita! Ih! A tábua rebugou aqui, ó. Navio do Imperador, esse grandão ali. Deu certo, né? Eu puxei o outro.
Odd. The oculum was still hot to the touch. He almost thought it was getting even hotter. Well, that was ridiculous, of course. Anyway, he'd only to fire it one more time, and then he could chuck the whole contraption into the abyss. And the Emperor's ship was now in range. Renato squinted. He could make out the line of ravens protecting the ship. Zenobia in front, conjuring. And on the deck, yes, that was His Imperial Majesty, pacing in his golden armor. Renato lined up his shot and fired. Caught in the beam, the ship burst into flames. The ravens and Zenobia exploded. The Emperor, too, exploded. Renato waited for the beam to stop, but it only got brighter, and the oculum hotter. Frantic, Renato pulled the oculum towards the abyss. The ruby burst into flames. The shiny metal casing glowed, then melted. That was good. Now the core could cool off, right? Renato ran. The blast incinerated him instantly, along with both fleets. The shockwave could be felt across all Erda. That winter, with neither Empire nor rebels to rule them, the islands slid into banditry. And so began the Second Age of Darkness. Okay, that was weird. He could have sworn he just died. Instead, he was on the Farfarer, sailing away from Ubar. And it was still burning. He'd fled burning Ubar years ago, hadn't he? And now he was back there. Had all those years fighting the Empire been nothing but a vision into the future? A useful vision if it was true. He'd learned something. The core was powerful, but dangerous if used improperly.
Olha aí, baseado nas ações que eu tomei, Kit de herói você é um herói que procura equilíbrio, mas toma decisões sábias e definitivas. É, meu amigo. Nova verdade revelada. O núcleo de Skyrim está instável. Recompensa. Habilidade da fileira 2 desbloqueada. Nova localização. Templo deserto. Aqui tem um jogo de baralho. 4 verdades. Será que eu vou voltar pro início e ter as escolhas, outras escolhas?
He'd made bad
Vamos lá.
choices. But now, when the real battle came, he wouldn't make those choices. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The book's pages began to flip backwards, towards the beginning. And he realized that his adventure was just beginning. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Lapino Rei não ajudou em nada outra vez. Vamos lá.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces deep. And then, this Emperor's horrific sacrifices had brought it back to the surface. Renato wasn't exactly sure how to use the legendary weapon. But surely, there must be some way to do it without provoking another catastrophe. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the Earth? It was more than Renato could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it. As he set foot on the island, Renato could not help but feel a tinge of guilt. He'd left Lapino behind. He hoped the Mad Rabbit had somehow escaped the Ravens. He hoped they hadn't eaten him. If they had, he hoped they hadn't eaten him alive. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? Renato never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it? That ought to be enough for a proper sword, he thought.
Esse amigo dele tá pirangagem, aquele Lapino. Ele foi na frente, foi pra matar os caras lá. Esse bicho é pirangueiro. Só um instantezinho, galera. vamos lá. Ali tá com um cara que é pra passar, então vamos pra cá. Aê.
And this is why heroes are called dashing, Renato thought. See? Dashing? Get it?
Dá pra fazer espaço de fogo agora. Rapaz, não vou nem isso aqui ainda. Dá pra fazer de fogo e é de gelo. Eita, de gelo. Preciso de 50 minérios. Não, preciso... Ah, é isso. É. Preciso de 50. Se eu fizer de fogo, eu não consigo fazer a de gelo. A de fogo vai gastar 30 minérios. Fazer a de
This
gelo.
sword from the frigid north was really useful for making popsicles and birdsicles.
O ataque aqui é do mesmo jeito do outro, só que ia ter alguma coisa diferente. Aqui é um secretozinho. Aí não, voltando pra cá.
These things really slice like ham.
Muito massa esse dash dele deixar um rastrozinho, ó. As partículas. Muito bem feito. É por isso que eu digo, um joguinho desse aqui consegue fazer isso.
The people who had built this castle, did they even
jogo
know
de...
what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the lost gods, thousands had died. But Renato had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one.
Narrador fala demais.
Something useful in these things, didn't there?
Baú ali. É um ponto. Vai mais depressa. Fala seu inimigo em uma parede enquanto agarra para causar dano. Não vi esse bichinho funcionar. Eu boto logo esse aqui mesmo. Depois vou pro outro lá. Opa, de gelo eu já tenho, hein?
What's there?
Troféuzinho. Abri meu primeiro caminho secundário. Rapaz, eu tenho um raio que o troféu não tá aparecendo na minha tela. Às vezes aparece, às vezes não aparece. Calma, agarra, filho de uma égua.
Dead.
É pra aquele gastar só daquela. Cada um tinha sua barrinha, mas a barra sai para as duas. Pau grandão, amigo. Um troféu. Primeira joia. Ai, aquelas joiazinhas pra botar na... Pensava que não tinha desbloqueado, não tinha achado ainda nenhuma mesmo.
Hey, who do I have to kill to get a drink around here? You? Okay.
Eita, rapaz. Aquele canto lá que tem um baú. Falei. Olha. Aquele pegava, não pega não. Ainda bem que eu escolhi a de gelo, hein? Se a escolhida de fogo.
really needed a roof.
O que a espada de gelo faz? Vou ver agora.
The right jewel could really give you an
Outra.
edge. The wrong, well, it still looked pretty, didn't it?
Peraí, vou aqui agora não. Vou atravessar aquela pontezinha ali pra ver. Eu usei o poder da espada, não aconteceu nada. Ah, aqui é onde eu... é pra mim ir. Esse dashzinho é bom, viu? Ah! Ó, vim pra cá, hein?
Bet you never saw that coming.
Epa, meu amigo, eu apertei. Eles vêm atrás, será? Hein? Procurar. Tira life da porra, hein? Porra! Cadê esse parar no tempo? Não tô vendo. Defende, filho de uma égua. Mas rapaz, vai morrer. Porra! Defende, filho de uma mãe. Ele tá rebolando o bicho pra cá. Caralho.
Ah, a puzzle. Renata loved puzzles. Except when he couldn't figure them out. On the other hand, if there was a puzzle, it was probably meant to keep people away from something good.
Então dá uma olhada aqui, né, filho? Do fogo. Vamos lá.
Bernardo wondered idly if people who had built these poles had really, really long tentacles.
Quebra-cabeça medonho, hein? Pensa. Só que daqui não tem.
When I build my castle, thought Bernardo, all my gates are going to open with buttons, and all the levers will drop rocks at your head. Once, Bernardo had opened a chest, and Jack-in-the-Box jumped out. Jack-in-the-Boxes, they gave him the Wiggins.
Aí, vai essa bicha aqui. É sem loja essa bicha solta aqui do nada. A pegar da onde, ó? Eu, hein? É um ponto. Oh, faz logo isso aqui pra tirar o escudo desse bicho que é chato. Pronto.
There it was. Skyripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway. The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Skyripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
Agora foi em inglês lá, ó. Tô aqui em português. Uma parte lá em inglês.
was a no-brainer.
Negócio de desejo de
He
vê-la.
sacrificed his old friend Lapino to get the armature. And the armature was useless by itself, only a series of coils and wheels. War demanded sacrifices,
Lapinei é pirangueira.
and he would make more before the end. He would have to choose the greatest good no matter how much it cost him. Zenobia. Well, he would see her sooner or later, across a battlefield or a sword's point before all this was over. He was sure of that. The power was in the core. Obviously, he had to get the core. He looked up at the old trees around him. They were so big and so old. They'd been there before he was born, and they'd be there after he'd passed into legend. Was he confronting his own unimportance? What had got into him? He was no philosopher. Anyway, who cares? He was plenty important. He was a hero, and soon he'd prove it. Or I could go that way, he thought.
Eu vou por ali, eu não volto por aqui não. Tenho duas joias para colocar agora. Aí, causam os soldados com escudo a largarem escudo. Se eu soubesse, tinha nem gastado o ponto lá. Dá pra criar espada de fogo?
This burning sword from the south was terrific for barbecuing sausages and ravens.
Aí, ó. Caralho. É aquele outro caminho lá do início.
He had a
Opa.
feeling they were going to be great friends.
Ele dá pra colocar, dá pra voltar, dá nada. Pra chupar isso aí, não dá pra voltar. Falando em armadura, eu precisava criar uma armadura pra mim, mas é armadura pra... pro orbe.
Of all the artisans, there was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. You You almost never saw wild gogglers together like this. The toads had to train them not to peck each other to death. So these had to be imperial gogglers. That meant ravens were up ahead. What were these poles exactly? Parking meters from the time of the lost gods? There were fewer and fewer trees. There were only these huge crystalline growths. Had those been here before? He no longer heard birds except for the feverish cawing of the ravens when they attacked. He couldn't smell the small animals of the forest, the mice and rabbits. Where had they gone? And he was getting hungry too. This was an unhealthy place to be.
Tem isso aqui. Tem aqui. Esse aqui é o caminho, eu acho. Então vamos por aqui.
Next time, bring more birds.
Mais uma joia. Vou voltar para aquele comecinho ali, tô dizendo. Deixa eu ver se dá para voltar lá para aquele outro canto de onde eu vim. Que tinha outros caminhos lá também. Dá não? Ah não. Já era.
I'll just have a dash, thought Renato. This couldn't be good for global warming.
Eixe Maria.
way better than being able to shrink down to the size of an
Vamos aqui.
ant.
Melhor.
What's that all about anyway?
Agora causa dano, passar por eles. Eu nunca.
The 20-sided core made him feel physically
Então,
sick.
agora não vou ficar perdendo.
Once he had sneaked
vida,
into
não.
a temple of the dark art, and he hadn't liked what he smelt and saw there. This felt like that. As quick as he could, he wrangled the icosahedron into the armature. The wheels began to spin, then glow. The sick feeling quickly spun away. Now he only felt sad. He had lost good friends for this war apparatus. He carried his prize back to the Farfarer. Now he had to make his next move. There was a key Imperial
Perdeu os
outpost
amigos,
on
não.
the
Aquele
Nexus.
cabo não é amigo dele, não.
If this really was some sort of super weapon, he could use it to wreak havoc on the enemy. And if it wasn't, well, better to know that before the final battle. But maybe he should show it to some scientists first. There was an observatory on the Nexus. Maybe he should go there before he fired it.
Vou levar lá de novo, porque ele perguntou pela armadura. Aí sei bem que ele só colocou aquele bichinho lá, pronto. Mas vai que com a armadura ele passou outra coisa, né? E aqui é só pra batalha mesmo, vou lá.
Well, of course. If you've just assembled a weapon out of legend that can exile gods from the world, you'd want to have a scientist or two look at it. And even if they disagreed and he had
Lá de
time,
novo.
he could ask Calaveras himself. Yes, the observatory would be his objective. Why had the parts of the Sky Ripper only surfaced now, thousands of years after the Transcendent Emperor had dismantled it? The mad Emperor Isengrim had performed terrible, bloodthirsty rituals to invoke the lost gods. Was that why these ancient artifacts were rising out of the ground? How perfect, then, that the Sky Ripper would reappear to be his destruction. And, hopefully this time, just his destruction. If they didn't want their things broken, they really ought to make them stronger.
Eu acho que é o caminho.
He'd once met a pirate captain who used hooks to get around his ship. Oh, what was his name again?
Deixa eu ver aqui uma coisa de novo. Ah, nem me tocando, já vacilando.
The new pathway made Renato curious. Gem of power. Ooh, you didn't find those every day.
Vai ter treta aqui na frente. Ah, eu tenho que segurar o botão. Tenho que segurar o botão pra congelar. Essa aqui, ó, fica selecionada e não quebra. Defeito. Defeito na Matrix.
A legendary weapon was exactly what the rebellion needed. They were outnumbered. The once kind emperor had become a tyrant. But his ravens stayed loyal, for he fed them his victims, and the other animals were too frightened to rebel. Renato shuddered at what the emperor was trying to do. To bring back the lost gods, the Black Harvest, the Black Sun? No. He would stop that toad, no matter what the risk. Renato had found his game changer. He would ignore all distractions, focus on the Sky River. Hey! Hey, a workbench! He could try out his new bling.
Tem outra joia daquela. Ah, acho que aumentou.
really didn't have much in the way of safety features, did it?
Eu nem me tocando pra que era isso aqui, hein? Ficar só desviando.
Boy, some people are just liable to explode if you upset them. Renato at hot potato.
Eita, rapaz. Aquela mesa lá. Da outra vez o cara tá escondido aqui, dizendo que o baralho caiu. Eu acho que foi ele que matou os caras aqui. Bora ver, se dessa vez tiver novo.
The scientists seemed to think he'd put the Sky Ripper together right. But one toad was worried.
Yeah, the Sky Ripper could tear a hole in existence itself. There are invisible strings that tie the universe together. If the Sky Ripper cut one, the hole would widen and widen until our whole existence fell into it.
Another toad sighed. Irving still believes in string theory.
At least go see Calaveras.
Yeah, said the worried toad.
He knows more than anyone else has forgotten about the Transcendent Emperor.
If anyone could tell him how to use this weapon safely, it would be Calaveras. It was he who had told Renato how to find it in the first place. But maybe he had to give up on using it as a weapon. Maybe he had to go to the secret rebel base and ask the generals there what he could do with a weapon that he dared not use. One way or another, there had to be a safe way to use it.
Aí agora os caras estão vivos, ó. Daquela outra vez que o amigo dele veio na frente, os caras tudo morto, ó. Ele que matou. Eu vou lá no cara de novo.
Well, he should have known he'd have to consult Calaveras again. The
Da
scientists
outra vez
at
ele
the
perguntou pela
observatory were smart
armadura, eu
enough.
tava sem armadura.
But what did they know of the Transcendent
Bora ver
Emperor?
agora.
He hoped it wouldn't delay him too long. The rebels had scheduled the final battle soon. Every day they delayed risked the exposure of the secret base. And some soldiers were already drifting back to their homes and families. Calaveras would fix the Sky Ripper for him. And then he would win the final battle. Maybe it was the cold. But after a few steps, Renato's optimism started to slump. What if Calaveras couldn't help? Did Renato dare use the Sky Ripper? Oh, he hated that he had chosen this path. It was so much simpler to rescue friends and attack enemies. Even if some of those friends were more trouble than his enemies, some of those enemies had been friends before and might be lovers after. No, okay, it wasn't all that much simpler, no. Physics made his brain hurt. That, at least he was sure of. Once you try it, you're hooked.
É, meu filho, esses cristais são importantes.
With materials like this, he could probably make a really nice pair of barbecue tongs. Or even a sword. Tried to focus on the now. The ravens who seemed everywhere all the time. Where did they hatch from? Were there giant raven hatcheries somewhere, or did they have families? Ooh, he didn't want to think about raven mummies raising their darling raven chicks. Yeah, Calveras would help. He would make Renato feel better about using the Sky Ripper, and then Renato wouldn't have to worry about ravens ever again. This would be the perfect place for a tic-tac-toe board.
Olha aí, tinha um canto ali pra ir. Porra. Eu defendi, velho.
Let's just keep this between us, if you don't mind.
Espera, eu vim de onde? Eu vim daqui, não foi? O jogo aqui não tem muito secreto, não.
When Renato went to the china shop, for some reason the owner was always nervous.
Cara, achei piadinha, viu? Tava sempre nervoso, quebrar tudo nas porcelanas. Acho que quebrar tudo, hein? Não usei a espada do fogo ainda pra queimar o cara, eu vou usar agora. Próxima treta, tacar fogo nos caras. Porta do gelo ali. Agora eu posso fechar.
Renato had been focusing all his energies on the Sky Ripper. Calaveras could not fix it. He'd be out of options. He would have to assault the Imperial fleet empty-handed.
Na hora que bate, o bicho não quebra. Aí, ó. Eu na Matrix de novo. Eu vi mais um altarzinho desse, meu amigo. Só vai aumentar o dano. Ataque inimigos a qualquer distância. Não entendi.
Calaveras had never let him down.
Yeah, of course.
Agora ver o que ele vai dizer.
But when
Tá completo
Renato
agora.
explained about the strings, Calaveras grew thoughtful.
Oh, strings, you say? Well, the Arcana do speak of the ties that bind the world.
He drew many intricate symbols in the dirt.
Yeah, so, according to my calculations, each time you fire, I'm afraid there's a 1 in 128 chance you'll destroy the universe.
That's pretty good odds. That's like rolling, what, 21 dice and they all come up 6. What are the odds of that?
What? No! It's more like 2.71 sixes in a row.
Anyway, with those odds, it won't happen if I use it just once, Renato said. Although he wasn't sure that was entirely right.
Yeah, no, that's not right. Each time you use it... Okay, look, just don't use it ever.
All right, I guess. As he sailed towards the fleet, Renato could see the drop ships of the rebels coming out of the clouds. This was it. The big battle. They could not afford to lose this one. What if it didn't go well? What if he had to use the Sky Ripper? Could he risk the entire universe in the throw of a dice? On the other hand, what were the odds of rolling 21? Or was it 2.71? 6s in a row. He had a feeling they were surprisingly good. That is, bad. Anyway, the odds were big. His brain was hurting again.
Vou voltar para a escolha de novo.
The battle was
vou
not
pegar
going
só-
spectacularly well. What had the rebels been
Só a
thinking?
armadura.
They'd been thinking he would bring the Sky Ripper, or the Iblis Stone, or that he'd sideline Zenobia somehow, or turn her. Couldn't he use the Sky Ripper just once? After all, if chances were 1 in 128, that meant he'd for sure be okay the first time. They'd get worse each time he used it, but the first time would be okay, right? He wasn't sure that it was right. So he didn't fire the Sky Ripper.
Vamos lá.
He just brought it along, in case.
Acho que é de vento. Espada de vento. Quero abrir os altares de fogo agora mesmo.
shocked his hook didn't break.
Nem me toquei que era aquele do fogo, vai.
Hey. Hey, I'm a firefox, thought Renato.
Firefox.
Renato had
Tudo de
always wanted a
novo,
flying
man.
carpet. This was more like a flying tabletop, but it would
Da
do.
outra vez eu vim por aqui. Mas como tem aquele símbolo ali, é porque ele vai voltar pra lá. Se eu vindo por aqui eu pego o baú de novo, pego. Eu peguei o cubozinho, amigo.
It wasn't his fault. They looked so breakable.
Mais rápido. Deve ter algum troféu. Outra porta de vento. Salve, Nedge Makai. Welcome to my channel, my friend. Vou dar uma olhada aqui no troféu aqui dele, do jogo. Só um instante, galera. Corte 50 corvos feiticeiros em 2. Tá turbinado, é, meu filho? Mostra assim, mostre a 25 corvos com escudo que a melhor defesa é mesmo o ataque. Ajude 25 corvos explosivos aí pelos ares. Rapaz, na raio tá passando direto essa porra. Coloque 25 predadores a dormir. A espécie eterna. Ah, bem, isso. Troféu nada com nada. Aproxime 50 níveis de você. Vou puxar. Aqui tá dizendo a porcentagem errada. Então tá, quando eu boto pra cima ele pula 2 de uma vez. Porra. É, vamos só jogando mesmo, meu amigo. Confesso que o mosquito meio baldeado.
So, who's your next of kin? Just wondering.
Level 1.
Someone had told him the odds didn't change just because you'd had a streak of good luck. His gut told him that was wrong, though. And he always listened to his gut. On the other hand, 128 chances to win. But one of them would destroy the universe. That seemed a bit serious. Maybe he could defeat the Emperor without firing the Sky Ripper. Maybe he could bluff, but with a real weapon. Like in cards, when you had 3 knaves, but you pretended you had a fizbin. That could work. Someone needs a bath.
Eita, rapaz.
These platforms were great. Renato wanted one for his house.
É de gelo aí é novo.
He set up the Sky Ripper and let it warm up. He would bluff if he had to. Zenobia came out, flanked by a very daunting platoon of ravens. You won't actually use that, she said in that annoying, I know everything because I'm a cat and you know nothing because you're just a fox voice she had. Or I know the odds. Good, because there's a real chance you could destroy the universe. No, not the first time I use it. The odds are too low. What? No? Yeah, sure. The first time, the odds are practically nothing. They only go up if I use it a bunch more times. No, but That's not how odds work. Didn't you pay attention in class? Now surrender, or I'll use it. Just once, he said. Don't. He felt sure the odds were with him. You have to go with his gut. That's what heroes do. Fire, he said. Please? The Skyripper fired. With a tremendous whoosh, the Emperor's flagship went up in flames. It was awesome.
Ele pediu pra ela se render, ela nem esperou a resposta dela.
A hole in the air. A blackness, like a tear in a parchment. Wind was blowing into it, widening it. It grew larger, and even larger. Crates fell upwards into it, and the world itself seemed bent, like the reflection on a curved mirror, as it poured into the ravenous hole. 1 in 128. What are the odds? Thought Reynardo, and then everything fell into the hole and was gone. Reynardo stared at the book. He was still alive. Again. And still only flying away from burning Ubar. Had he lived that adventure? Or only dreamt it? Had he really died? It felt so real, not like a dream at all. And he'd lost again. Oh, he hated that. But he had made different choices. And he'd lost in a different way. It was the book, wasn't it? Oracles showed you your destiny. But this was showing him different ways he could die miserably. Thanks a bunch, book, he thought. But these were destinies that he did not have to fulfill. And he hadn't learned anything new this time. He'd done the same thing twice, yet expected a different outcome. But that meant there must be a destiny where he survived and won, right? Otherwise, what was the point? And with that, the book's pages fluttered back once more to the beginning, and the clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Skyripper had surfaced. Reynardo knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Skyripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Reynardo. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Reynardo really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Esse amigo dele quer que se lasque, cara. Vagabundo matou os caras lá.
The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis stone. It sounded ominous. It sounded powerful. If the Emperor was searching for it, it must be dangerous. And so, Reynardo went ostrich hunting.
Vamos ver agora o que
Every
é que
child
trata
could
essa
sing
pedra.
verses about the Skyripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals?
Desculpa, galerinha.
Reynardo had a lot of crafting materials. Now all he needed was a crafting bench.
Aí para do vento só tá faltando um. Uma essência do vento. Vou esperar para pegar a essência do vento. Vou melhorar a espada de fogo não.
The air here tasted bitter. The steps were too tall for a person. The entire place felt restless, like it had been vexed to nightmare under the dust, waiting for its hour to come around at last.
Can I borrow that?
Pô, ainda pegou, velho. Porra! Vacilei.
Was that your shield?
The ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late.
Eu usei muito, só não falta encher a barra lá.
Ronaldo felt like he was ready to learn new things. Thank goodness he didn't have to go to school for that.
Haven't you always wanted to do that?
Velocidade de movimento fica mais rápido. Meu amigo, tem como defender dois ao mesmo tempo?
Ronaldo thought. But it was too
Aí vem a
late.
capa primeiro, né? Pra porra, mano. Defende, filho da puta! Vai pra casa do cacete, aperta o botão, o bicho não responde. Casa do caralho. apertando e o bicho não defende. Aí quando responde. Quando responde, meu amigo, eu mato que é uma beleza. Os caras nem encostaram. Acho que assim aí, tamanho do mundo. Aí quando rouba, o cabo não acerta mesmo não. Apertei pra defender ali, nos 3 seguidos os caras me matam. Parece que o jogo, quando quer matar você, pronto, mata e o resto se lasca. Ah, porra.
Canada had been the terror of the sandcastles when he was 2.
É o que tava faltando de vento, ó. Agora já dá pra abrir todas as portas quando eu criar a espada de vento. Rapaz, não tô vendo esse movimentar mais rápido não.
Really fun.
Oh, mano, nem uma bolinha dessa que pega em mim. Agora até passando, amigo.
This is yours, said Renato, but he couldn't hear his enemy's answer.
Eita, quase pra aumentar de nível. Quase eu morro também, né?
With the new aerobics traits. Am I right?
Quero ver. Vou responder na hora que eu faço as coisas se eu não acerto. A última espada agora, amigo. Aí, uma joia nova.
Renato wondered what he could make with it.
Quebrador de escudo eu já tenho. Fazer a nova espada, amigo, aqui. Agora tenho todas as espadas.
The mysterious sword from the east made you so fast you could catch a fly with your chopsticks. If that's what you really wanted.
Dá pra testar o poder da espada Ainda não, já já o teste. Dashzinho mais rápido, amigo. Ajudar a finalizar o jogo mais rápido.
You never knew where the road would take you, thought Renato.
Nível 3, caçador de tesouros agora, show. Não dá pra ver aqui não, dá não.
Surprisingly unwounded.
É isso, amigo.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
Ah, o dash dele fica de acordo com a cor da espada, ó. Dourado. Olha que eu tô me tocando. E azul.
No skateboarding, the sign said. It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. I can make you mighty. Who said that? Give me blood. It was the stone, eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and Renato wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god, torn out by the transcendent emperor to power his greatest weapon. "It's the core," said the stone anxiously. "Feed me death. Derek gives you the power to take what you want."
Por que essa pé tá com medo do poder do núcleo?
The stone
Vamos pra cá.
bothered him. He hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion? Wasn't that why he'd refused to be a soldier? He'd agreed to come on board only if he could freelance. The stone felt a bit clingy. The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Sky Ripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power. He would go there. The moment he landed the Farfarer, Reynardo had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought. He could turn around and sail for Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute. He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at Sword Fu school together. They'd never been lovers, but somehow they'd been closer. She'd told him every secret about herself, except the biggest one, that she was the Emperor's daughter. No, kill Zenobia, whispered the stone, before it's too late.
He felt like Tarzan.
If only he had some way to break the ice, or convince it he was a friend.
A outra vez eu fui nesse caminho de gelo, não fui aqui. Defendi, porra.
The waterfall was spectacular. You had to enjoy these things as they came. We passed this way but once.
Peraí, velho. Esse é o poder da espada, deixa bem veloz.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Baú ali embaixo. Não posso passar aqui pra pegar aquele baú. Agora sim. Aí.
You almost never saw wild gogglers together like this. The toads had to train them not to peck each other to death. So these had to be imperial gogglers. That meant ravens were up ahead.
The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. Whispered the stone. The call will kill you. Are you afraid of it? No, don't be ridiculous. It chuckled. But it's unstable. It will poison you if so much as carry it. And if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically. Bernardo did not trust rocks that talked in his head. He went onwards. Boom!
Porra!
Well, now you're foxed.
Resistência física, essa é nova. Já tá no nível 1.
Of course there was a puzzle. You couldn't expect the transcendent Emperor to bury a god's eye in a leather sack where anyone could pick it up. Renato suddenly wished he had a marshmallow. As he approached the core, the stone became hysterical.
No! It's too much power. We'll rip a hole in space and time.
He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it? The stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had a sudden impulse to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out. When Renato came to, the core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light. And it was silent. "I can't hear you," he sang out, and "Yoo-hoo!" It didn't answer. "Ha!" he said. He had defeated the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise man would probably ask the scientists exactly what he had first. How wise was he? As the Farfarer made its way toward the Nexus, Renato watched sparks fly out of the core. The Iblis stone sucked them in hungrily. You'd think the stone would want this kind of power, wouldn't it? Thought Renato. Well, the scientists would explain it all. This time, Renato was sure he'd figured out how to use the core safely. See? He'd trusted his gut, and it had worked out. That's what it meant to be a hero. To ignore the naysayers and the odd-makers, and do what you knew was right, and have it turn out to be the right thing. Well, he wasn't worried. Once he got to the observatory, the scientist toads could explain it. Then he could carry the war into the enemy's camp and destroy them all. Oh dear, he was getting a little bloodthirsty, wasn't he?
Esses cabos todos eles mandam ir para aquele outro. Era para aparecer a opção de ir já direto pro outro já.
Don't look down, he thought.
Is a very cool sword, thought Renato. No, seriously. He couldn't feel his paw anymore.
Os comentários.
You guys ever eat fresh food? You don't smell like it.
Ah, meu amigo, o cara ataca de um lado, não dá nem pra ver o cara.
Boy, someone has spent a lot of money for a graduation present.
Resistência elementar. Vou aproveitar que eu tô num local salvo aqui. Faz só uma pausa pequena aqui só pra tomar água. Volto já. Um abraço aí pra meu amigo Petrônia Carita. Obrigado pela participação. Ah, deixa o like, galera. E não esqueça que o like é muito importante. Volto já já. vamos lá, galerinha. Obrigado pelo like aí. Quero virar esse joguinho já já, hein? Vou passar rápido aqui que é coisa que a gente já viu. Não! Eu ia olhar ali mais pra frente.
He wished there were more pylons he could use the hook on. He really needed to construct additional pylons.
Ei, bro, quebre não, filho.
Bernardo had never felt better in his life. Normally, a battle would wear him down and he would need a night's sleep.
Achou aqui que eu não fui da outra vez. Peguei logo a bichinha lá.
He felt like people were cheering him on and he could practically hear their applause as he slew one raven after another.
Postei logo aqui sem querer.
Imagine if you built a house of one of these things. Oh, that would be amazing. It would be like having a boat. The Iblis Stone and the Skyripper Core. Two artifacts from the time of legends. Bernardo was becoming a legendary hero, wasn't he? He had enough power to save the rebellion, but he had to understand this power, so he would not misuse it.
Essa evolução da arma é muito boa, não? gente ficar fazendo isso aí sem gastar energia. Energia no instante seca. Ei!
Energy spheres. Easy to dodge, but boy do they sting if you didn't pay attention.
Outra vez eu passei aqui sem usar isso aqui, não levei nenhum dano. E agora o dano. Mata logo esse chupa-cabras aqui.
Where was a bard when you needed one? I hoped his mother wasn't watching.
Os caras estão vivos de novo, ó. Os caras só morreram daquela vez. O amigo dele veio na frente.
I fed it the core of Sky River, explained Renato. No more feed me blood and souls.
But the core is not an unlimited energy source,
said one toad. Another said,
there's a feedback loop, you see, which could overload the stone. The stone doesn't actually feed on souls,
claimed a third.
But on pain of killing another sentient being. If you can truly be at peace with yourself, it would not overload.
This was all very confusing. At peace? Yes, the mountains were peaceful and quiet, but he now had the power to turn the tides. He should report to the Rebellion Council and prepare for the decisive battle.
Meditar aqui pra ver.
One thing he understood from all the toad arguments. Maybe the stone did not feed on blood or souls or rage. It fed on empathy. It fed on the pain he felt when he put an end to another being's existence. Even if that other being was a raven intent on killing him. If he could find peace, then he could use the power of the Ibla stone without being taken over by its evil. The mountains. He would go to the mountains. He could find peace there.
Eu tô deixando as opções de atacar tudo pra depois.
There were ravens everywhere. No matter. He had to fight, yes, but he didn't have to be angry. Parry, dodge, slash, and breathe. Yes, focus on the rhythm, the dance of it, not on the blood or the raven's core as they died. Ah, it was working. He wasn't feeling those dark jolts of eldritch energy. He wasn't feeling the Iblis Stone.
Rapaz, eu vou subir logo o nível daqui. Eu não vejo qual é a diferença. Só acender os inimigos que estão do lado.
Fire? Yes, please.
Era pra ao menos ficar fazendo ataque de fogo direto. Olha assim, ó, aqui eu desço o ataque aqui, ó. A espada tá de fogo, ó. Tem aqui e tem lá.
That was always a rush.
Defendi, pô.
Those flames really bring out your eyes.
Outra vez que eu não desci, perdi o baú lá embaixo. E
It was
se eu pegar essa porta de gelo,
definitely easier to fight inanimate objects.
deixa eu lembrar aqui. Acho que eu desci aqui e peguei aquilo ali, foi. Nem vim aqui, nem fui naquele outro lá. Ah, agora eu vou. Eita. Baúzinho longe desse era pra ter pelo menos uma pedrazinha daquela. Onde é que ele saiu?
Imagine
baú
getting a horse up
tá
in one of these
pensando.
things. He will be cursing a blue streak.
Defende, filho da mãe.
The stone was still silent. His mind was his own, and his heart too. He bore them no ill will, these ravens. They were doing their job. They were expressing their nature. Dance, whirl, parry, jab, and breathe. It was all so simple, wasn't it? Something was missing. He didn't feel truly at peace. Wait. Wasn't this near where Calaveras lived? The sage would help them figure it all out.
Esse caminho, tem essa pedra aí, tem esse outro caminho. Aí,
His
ó.
paws were getting numb.
Eita, ia subindo, meu
didn't
amigo.
want company, did he?
Ia vacilando.
Magical jewel. Bernardo couldn't wait to find a workbench.
Mas onde é que eu tô?
Those sheaves were really very well made, weren't they?
Por que ele não tá tomando escuro esse filho da mãe?
Newly remembered knowledge.
Aê, pô.
Needed to focus.
Quero voltar lá pra aquele canto onde eu tava. Não volta mais não. Ainda faltou o canto pra ir ali. Se eu lembrar da próxima vez eu vou. Era. Agora que eu vi uma coisa ali. Essa porta de gelo aqui.
Had that door been opened before?
Não, foi não, viu, filho? Foi aberta ainda não, essa.
What else could you hook? He needed some way to break the ice with this wall, so to speak.
Resistência física, não sei se eu tô com ela equipada, foi para nível 2. Acho que eu tô.
See? With enough leverage, you could go anywhere. The Iblis Stone, silenced by the Skyripper's core, had given Renato enough power to challenge the Imperial fleet. But what Renato was seeking was inner peace. The rebellion was on the verge of extinction, but it would have to wait.
Ganchinho do Devil May Cry. Dois pontos. Quatro barrinhas de vigor agora, né? Ainda tem mais, né? Quatro barrinhas agora. Agora que eu movimento rápido mesmo.
At the end of the mountain path, he found the wise Calaveras in his workshop. To fix souls or only artifacts? He asked the sage.
Does your soul need fixing?
Asked the sage. I've been killing a lot of ravens lately, he told the sage.
You're a fox,
said Calaveras.
And to kill birds is part of your nature. Take joy in it. I mean, I might as well worry about eating flies. Would you like a fly?
It was true. That's what he had forgotten. The joy. Now he was ready for the final battle. The Farfarer cut through the clouds. The air had never felt so sweet since he was a child. There it was. The dreaded Imperial fleet. He could smell wet hemp ropes ahead. Wood and tar and ravens. Even the fleet smelt good, somehow. He was ready. He was ready. Renato had it all squared away in his head. He would kill the Emperor. Isengrim III had begun well, but he had gone mad. He was trying to invoke the lost gods by means of dark, blasphemous rituals. That was a secret. But the victims had spoken to Renato. The ghosts had spoken. No. No anger. Renato could not afford anger. It was empowering the crystal in his sword. That made him stronger, but it clouded his mind. He would not be a hero. A hero strives. Renato would just be one with everything. The Emperor would die, and the wheel would turn and all would be restored without rancor, without sorrow, without pain.
Agora só minério para as próximas 2 espadas. Eu acho que só mais uma vez, aí essa e mais outra acho que finaliza.
Maybe I should follow my nose, thought Renato.
Ah, não é aqui não. Tem como voltar? Tem não.
But the more he thought about it, and he had so much more time to think about it now that he was not worrying about the battle, killing the Emperor would not change anything. Another would take his place. Perhaps Zenobia. Perhaps the Speaker of the Rebel Council, and power would corrupt them too, and death would make grief, and grief would lead to hatred. He must lead by example. Reject the violence. Reject the desire to create violence. But how? There was an inscription on the platform. Balaleka lesson with an address.
Tá doido a raposa. Ah, isso aqui não tinha não.
Soon
Pra
he'd
cá.
confront the Emperor. Funny that this whole war had come about because the Emperor feared death. And now it was coming for him. There was some sort of lesson there, wasn't there?
Acho que é o final mesmo agora.
Finally, he came to the Emperor's ship. The path behind him was strewn with dead ravens. The path to enlightenment. His mistake, he realized, was trying to change the world. The world would spin and the wheel would revolve whether he strove against it or not. What he had to do was nothing. He had attained enlightenment. He sat down, adopted a full lotus position, and began to meditate. And all around him, the warriors stopped fighting too. They knew. They could feel his enlightenment. They gave up fighting, dropped their weapons, and became his disciples. No, just kidding. The nearest raven stabbed him with a sword and then chopped off his head. I might not have thought this through properly. Thought Renado's head as it rolled around the deck and died. And just like that, he was alive again. And back on the Farfarer, still fleeing burning Ubar. The book was still open before him. So, the book was a portal. It took you to the future when your destinies would branch. He failed and died 3 times, but he learned another true thing. The Iblis Stone was evil. It would try to corrupt anyone who used it.
Aqui são minhas escolhas.
But he was starting to feel like he was getting the hang of this.
There
was a way through to victory. He could feel it. He just had to keep running the path of destiny.
Eu tô vendo, ele tem que ser mais umas 2 vezes.
The book fluttered back to the beginning, and he fell into it. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas.
Tem que os caras virar discípulo
It
dele,
was
tem que ir a
time to
verdade.
choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renado knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it.
Galera.
To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Renado really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Agora vamos ver, né? Rapaz, eu vou salvar esse amigo dele. Vou dar a pedra pra ele e ver o que ele vai fazer.
The rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble given time, but he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse.
Vou dar pedra agora pra ele.
Apparently
O que é que esse
managed
doido
to
vai
confuse
fazer?
the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens?
Só tira o escudo se for de longe. Por que eu não tô conseguindo fazer?
That was odd. Bernardo had been here, at this exact
Olha aí,
place,
então.
at this exact time. This time, there were so many more ravens.
Eu já fui naquele caminho ali.
Sorry, mustache, thought Bernardo. Bernardo thought of the Iblis stone and shivered. He had no business messing with ancient, cruel artifacts. What he needed was his friends around him. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
Achar que era mesmo quando eu tinha vindo aqui da outra, aquela primeira parte lá.
Shall we dance? Good, the lead raven.
E já se viu. O bicho só quebrou com dash.
Sharp? Check. Pointy? Check. Flexible? Check. What else do you need in a sword?
Onde é que eu tava?
Well, the eyes have had it.
Cadê as portas secretas? Porta vermelha.
He was more and more extraordinary.
Esse poço, tem isso aqui e tem essa porta. 3 coisas aqui.
I wonder what happens if I go that way.
Eu não lembro se foi aqui que eu vim mais. Acho que não. A resistência física agora foi para 3. Uma pá. Cogumelo enterrado aqui. Estranho, não tem nada.
This must be that sufficiently advanced technology they always talked about. Ravens were landing everywhere. The advanced guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
Dá uma olhada aqui.
Smells burnt fur. His. He was practically sure he'd find something useful in one of these things.
De repente dá pra voltar mais.
This jewel was more than sparkly. It had arcane power and an engraving. To Cindy.
A joia nova. Vamos ver do que trata. Ah, não é aqui não. Uma calcinha daquela lá pra ver. Eu acho que é tipo quando eu matar tantos caras, ela vai liberar. Sei lá.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit
amigos
was
dele aqui é
practicing his
7-1.
shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lupino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The Ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, we see this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
Vamos lá. Vou pegar a pedra e dar a pedra pra ele. Depois que eu vou lá pra essa outra opção
The
lá.
Emperor had wrapped an armature around the eye of a god. Bernardo had already let that armature slip away to save Lupino's life. But even its core, the eye torn from a god, surely they could fashion a great weapon from that.
The core of the Sky Ripper? Lupino's excited. That's an actual thing that we could just go and get. You've been busy.
He sure had. Bernardo told him all the things he'd been up to. Soon they got to talking about old times, about wages they'd won and lost, and scrapes they'd barely got out of. It was good to be back with his friend. True, the core was capable of terrible, uncontrollable destruction. But this time, he was sure it would work great. It's beautiful here. thought Reynardo. He was thrilled to be back with his old war buddy. He'd missed the mad rabbit. But something was not quite right. Had the Transcendent Emperor actually called his weapon the Sky River? Seemed a bit grandiose, didn't it? What's behind door number 2?
Vou descer aqui, que da outra vez que eu desci eu não lembro se tinha alguma porta. Eu não abri por conta da espada.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Opa, já dá pra evoluir mais uma espada. E vai ser a do gelo.
Reynardo wondered if death was nothing more but a portal to another plane of existence. He didn't particularly want to find out. Reynardo felt wrong all over. He could feel an almost palpable sickness in the air. And if the land could have tumors, they would look like these monstrous crystals. The forest was quieter than it had been. There were insects, but few birds, if you didn't count the ravens. Reynardo smelled sick animals and dying ones, but no healthy ones. And getting a bad feeling about this, Reynardo thought. Maybe Lapina was right. Maybe they should have kidnapped Zenobia instead of coming here. believe, Raven. As he held the radiant icosahedron, Renato felt queasy, like dozens of tiny worms were nibbling his insides. It wasn't healthy to be so close to the eye of a god. How could he use it? He could take it to the observatory. The scientists there could tell him how to harness its ancient power. But honestly, Renato ached to get away from it. He brought the core back with him to the Farfarer. But honestly, Renato ached to be rid of it.
Tell you what, said Lupino. I'll take it to the observatory. You attack the Imperial outpost.
The Imperial outpost was a vital communications node. Taking it could shatter the Empire's ability to coordinate. And it would be full of secret plans and maps and maybe even rebel prisoners. It was a good target for a hero like Renato. But what if Lupino lost the core to the Empire? That could be a good thing, couldn't it? Was Renato ready to take that risk? Maybe it was better if he brought the core to the scientists himself.
Trust me, Renato, you won't regret this. I'll treat the core like it was my own baby daughter.
As the Farfarer dived towards the Nexus, Lupino was jumping up and down with excitement. "Stop rabbiting around," Renato said. Lupino just stared at him. The moment the ship landed, Lupino leapt off the ship. As Lupino vanished into the wilds of the Nexus, Renato vaguely remembered Lupino had a baby daughter, didn't he? And he told her mother he was going out to get some Easter eggs, and he'd never come back. But Renato was relieved not to carry the core anymore. He was already feeling better. And who knows, maybe this time Lupino would get it right. And if Renato could take the outpost, he'd have access to all the Empire's communications in the sector. Right? Well, they really needed to redecorate anyway. Well, no sense collecting more materials. It was time to make something pointy.
Kishimoto, boa noite, meu amigo. Seja bem-vindo, obrigado pelo like. Um feliz ano novo. Deus abençoe sua vida, meu amigo, e sua família. Se puder ajudar o canal e compartilhando aí com os amigos, eu agradeço demais. Vou botar um aviso aqui que eu respondo todo mundo. Cadê?
Renato caught his breath. His joints still hurt, but he couldn't feel the poison in his system anymore. He'd let the armature slip out of his hands to save his friend Lupino. Of course he had to let Lupino take the core. The rebellion needed every man doing his duty. And the rabbit would be no good taking on an Imperial outpost, right?
Ele vai fazer médios, amigo dele. Só esperar aí pra ver se não tô certo.
People had laughed at the government workbench placement program. But you could see the benefits everywhere.
Aumenta a velocidade de ataque. Aumenta o dano, né? Por conta disso. Não vou deixar não. Vou deixar essa aqui. Botar de gelo.
Wow. The sword felt even colder.
E esse baú aqui, amigo? Apertei, porra.
Renato took the outpost with a song in his heart. Soon, he was stuffing his sack with key messages from and to the fleet. Then the fire speaker toad chortled a new message. The observatory had been sacked by ravens. Lupino and all the scientists had been taken to the mountains. Why? Why had he trusted Lupino again? And now the Empire had the core. Renato hailed the rebel base to warn them. But their far speaker didn't crouch back. Was the base under attack too?
Sabia.
what was going on at the base. But he knew what the Ravens would do to Lupino if Renato didn't rescue him fast. What are old friends for, if not to need rescuing every few days? Renato felt a twinge of doubt. Should he have gone to the base? No. Logically, wherever they'd taken Lupino was probably where they took the core, right? Oh, why couldn't Lupino have just, for once, not got himself captured? Was that too much to ask? He shouldn't be too hard on the rabbit. No, he meant well, and he was insanely brave. You had to admire that. If I craft a sword now, it's going to be really short.
Rapaz. Eles só falta morrer.
The raven can't fly, thought Renato.
Oh, ter pegado a bomba.
There was an engraving. Maximum capacity, 130 people.
Só tá faltando ir pra aquele lá. Já fui nesse, já. Agora eu vou naquele lá. O que eu não fui aqui foi esse aqui.
Whoa, personal space.
E o único que eu não havia ido ainda era este. E aqui tem esse bichinho aqui. Ainda tem esse aqui, duas opções. E agora? Aqui tá apagado. Respeita, rapaz.
Where were they holding Lupino anyway? There was no sign of him or the ravens who'd captured him. Just rocks and snow and the usual scouts. No sign of the core either. Was this a wild rabbit chase? Oh, trust Lapino to screw up even getting captured. But what was this rebellion for, anyway? Well, Lapino was a useless goof, but he was a friend. If friends didn't matter anymore, what was the point of winning this war? His mother never let him wave his sword around at home. I guess he was still compensating for that.
Já desci, peguei aquela porta ali uma vez. Não, de novo, vai ter pegado aquilo ali, ó.
Hey, did you guys ever learn to swing dance? Oh, well, too late.
Da diagonal ali que eu acho que eu não peguei não. Que quebra a cabeça aqui. Defende, filho de uma mãe. Ei, meu amigo, quando...
Nano had felt better.
Ali é pra passar. Pronto. O cara ficou paralisado, não volta mais não aí, ó. Olha o bug do jogo. O jogo ficou bugado, velho. Logo pra frente ele disse que bugue mais. Bugou legal ali. Não voltava nem a pau.
Once, he found a Superman issue #1 in mint condition in a jar he'd broken. He planned to keep breaking things until he had the whole series.
Lá eu já fui também.
Open, says me. Ronaldo thought about the intel he'd gathered from the outpost. Who would he bring it to? Who even had time to read it? At the end of the mountain path, Ronaldo came to a clearing. There was a campfire, raven feathers, and... oh, Lapino's lucky deck of cards. Well, that wasn't good. Ronaldo hoped Lapino would not try to cheat his captors at cards. Ravens were much better than weasels at counting, and they had a very poor sense of humor. Then, he saw what he had hoped never to see. Fresh scraps of rabbit fur. Ragged and bloody, ravens would eat anything.
By Crabthar's hammer!
Renato screamed at the sky.
I will avenge you!
The rebels had assembled their fleet. Ahead, clouds were dark with Imperial ships. If he could reach the Emperor before the rest of the rebels did, maybe he could settle this without too much bloodshed. He set sail, and the Farfarer shot forward.
Poor Lupino had never been a great warrior. The Mad Rabbit was good for a lark and a laugh. And a pint. The thought of ravens eating him made Renato furious. The way they were eating up the land. The way the Emperor was eating up the people with his new, bloodthirsty ways. He would make them all pay.
Se eu vá por lá, eu vá por aqui. Por aqui mesmo.
He hadn't noticed that path before.
Cool. Wish I could do that.
Aonde, homem?
He had given up every objective to save his friend. He had given up the armature, the core, the gem, and even Zenobia. He loved Lupino, he realized. And now the rabbit was gone. A hero looks out for his friends, even when they're gone. He would send Lupino an honor guard of ravens to serve him in the halls of the battle. He would avenge him. Right. Silent type.
Só um instante aqui, galera.
there was an inscription. Praise the sun.
O que é que vai dar agora? Vai morrer de novo. Primeira vez que eu ouvi paralisando o tempo.
Finally, he reached the Emperor's ship. And there was Lapino, surrounded by ravens. He was alive. They'd eaten some other rabbit. "I'll save you!" he shouted with joy and flung himself at the ravens. "Oh, you shouldn't have," said Lapino when the last raven was down. Renato threw his arms around his best friend. "I had to come. I love you, man. You really, really shouldn't have," said Lapino. And Renato felt a rather sharp pain in his back. As he collapsed, Lapino took the dagger out of Renato's back and wiped it off on Renato's sleeve. "Why, you always have to be the hero. Brave Renato, epic Renato, super sexy Renato, and I'm sick of it. But I love
Falei
you.
que esse amigo dele era um
And you
7-1.
thought I
Meu
was the
amigo.
idiot," said
Foi ele que
Lapino.
matou os caras naquela hora.
Renato died. But he'd learned
Tá vendo aí?
another true thing. Lapino was a traitor.
Sabia que era pirangueiro esse
Renato
amigo
had
dele.
suspected there was something wrong with the mad rabbit. But now he knew there was malice behind his goofiness.
Sabia.
There would be a way to win. Renato could feel it. He'd have to explore choices he'd never made before he could figure it all out, though. And with that, the book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They
Fiz a
needed a
escolha
game
certa agora que é a
changer.
última.
Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Só falta a opção que leva a bichinha lá. Eu vou essa daqui.
The island was windswept
Não sei se a
desert.
segunda.
No one went
A
there
segunda vai
except
pra lá.
ostriches. Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient
instante, galera.
codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals? You couldn't go sticking jewels in your gauntlet just anywhere. What if you dropped one and broke it? Luckily, there was a bench right here. What was he doing here? Last time, the stone had fought him for possession of his own soul. Wasn't making a dent in those shields.
Ou na ligação aqui, jogando só com a mão. Tem aqui direto.
Ravens were already here. Cawing in frustration, they were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late. Sometimes, Renata really hated inanimate objects.
Os comentários dele. Eu defendi, pô. Caralho, velho.
I pick you!
Eita, pô. Essa aqui eu não lembro de ter aberto essa não. Deixa eu só um pouquinho mais na frente aqui. Aqui não tem como voltar.
There was a pleasant breeze coming through that door. Had it been closed before?
Tudo parecido. Aí já foi aqui. Agora não volta mais. Já havia vindo, amigo.
Can't really reason with an energy ball, we thought.
Eita porra. Porra!
It's a bicycle!
Ih! A de gelo é massa. Temos que ficar no gelo e matar no fogo agora.
I need more materials, thought Renato. There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people. Nice. That could be useful.
Porra! A de fogo não quebra o escudo, ó. O de gelo quebra. Essa porta ali eu já fui. Da roxa. Já fui uma vez, mas acaba voltando pra cá. Então vou pra lá. Demora mais um pouquinho, mas pode ser que eu consiga evoluir a espada dessa jogada aqui.
Se do.
A velocidade de ataque já tava no máximo. Vou evoluir da outra vez esse dashzinho aqui. Eita porra.
The ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
O gelo é a melhor espada que tem de gelo aqui desse jogo. Aqui é um dash de vergonha, meu. Vai longe.
The platform used a
O jogo que tem
hybrid
esquiva era pra ter
propulsion system
umas
fueled by
esquivas
anti-gravity
dessa
and
aqui.
wishful thinking. It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void
Isso daqui dá pra ir lá pra menina.
solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch.
Ah,
But they had been close once.
ter vindo aqui
And he
não.
had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god, torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. It's the core, said the stone anxiously. But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it. The gem could give great power, but it was evil. But Renato had a plan. He would divide the stone into the power half and the evil half. He sought out the sage Calaveras.
Oh, you need a mirror of splitting.
Croaked Calaveras.
I can make one.
Calaveras set up various shiny things. And soon Renato was setting the stone down in the middle of Calaveras' lab. There was a flash, and now Renato was looking at himself. Except with a mustache, and a goatee and darker hair. There were two Iblis stones, one light and one dark. Renato took the light one. He felt a rush of great power. Now I can defeat the Emperor. Wait a minute. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any way to use it without hurting someone. That wouldn't be nice. Give me that, said his evil-looking twin. And he drew his sword. He only got it halfway out of the scabbard when he fainted from the effort. Obviously, neither weak, evil Renato nor powerful, nice Renato was any threat to the Empire. After the Emperor's victory, they were exhibited in a museum until time ended, which was soon after. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
Ah, putaria.
Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals?
Ele tá vindo pra pegar a pedra de novo? Não acredito não.
What was he doing here? Last time, the stone had fought him for possession of his own soul.
De novo, a mesma coisa. Tem como voltar lá. Ver se não tem como voltar pra lá. Não tem não.
You shall not pass.
Um instante, galera. Telefone aqui. Vamos lá, galerinha. Eita porra, comecei levando sola. Espada de gelo é cruel.
Oops. Thought Renato. The ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. And he hadn't come too late.
Cada vez mais difícil ganhar experiência.
Don't be shy.
Matar logo esse cão primeiro. Olha, dois atacando ao mesmo tempo, meu amigo. Ah, moleza, olha isso, velho. Vai, meu filho, toma uma pirulazinha do mato aí. Não tu se lasca. E conhecendo o criador, viu, menino? Tá tudo vermelho a tela. Só daquela explosão daqueles bichos, viu? Onde eu vim naquela hora. Muito longe ali.
Not quite enough, thought Renato.
Quantas já, hein? Ó, só 7. Tem aqui, tem essa porta do fogo. Eu abri pouquíssimas portas do fogo. Essa é inédita aqui pra mim.
Renato had once invested in a jewel store, but had lost money because someone kept robbing it.
Opa.
Twist. It was
A
him.
da matança eu acho que é equipado. Tá. Nível 3.
There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone.
Ah, aquele
Was
canto
old,
lá, ó.
wasn't it? People were so
Porra.
much cleverer now. And Renato was
E lá aquele
pretty
outro
sure
pavê.
he was cleverer than most people. Big eyes you have.
Matar com a de fogo, que vai que tem algum troféu aí pra ganhar. Seja matar com a espada de fogo. Talvez até eu ganhei, nem sei. pegar a alavanca, filho da mãe.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with Tomb Raiders.
Só 3. Caralho. A próxima eu vou desbloquear outro Destinies desse.
A very clever engineer named Elon Muskrata got his start making floating platforms. Not many people knew that. It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. I can make you mighty. Who said that? Give me blood. It was the stone, eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the Transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. What's the core?
Agora eu vou ter que
Said the
repetir
stone
novo.
anxiously.
O jogo é pra ter me botado lá pro início de novo, não pra cá.
But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it.
Vou pegar a mina aqui, só que eu não vou matar ela não.
Talking rock? Ah, but the rock had a point. If the stone could truly turn him into a powerful warrior, he could defeat the Emperor with the very weapon the wicked old toad had sought for himself. To be a hero,
Só que eu não vou matar a
you
bichinha
have to
não.
sacrifice old friends sometimes,
Mas eu acho que não tem opção não.
especially when they've become enemies.
Já escolhi essa daqui. Vai falhar de novo. É isso mesmo. Também eu vou no canto novo.
As he placed the impossibly black crystal in his gauntlet, Renato had a sudden vision. Charred fields covered in dead ravens below a black sun. Was it the time of the lost gods before the Transcendent Emperor? Was it the future? Feed souls, it whispered. Take the power. He could feel the stone's hunger for souls. Its thirst for blood.
Agora já dá pra
All right, I get
evoluir a
it.
espada.
This was going to be interesting.
Tô doido com essa pedra aí, ó. Doidou o homem doidou. É só ele não matar ela.
Snack time, boys!
Caught the lead, Raven. Ooh, Renato loved to improve his gear. boy.
É,
It looks
esse é o
to kill.
mesmo. E um troféu. Epa!
Zenobia was waiting for Renato. She was alone, confident as always. Fire danced at the tips of her claws.
Are you here to surrender? She seemed as cocksure as he felt. But she didn't know he had the stone. And I've missed you too, love. He chuckled.
She spotted the stone and bolted without another word.
I have what I need to craft any weapon, thought Renato. As long as it's a sword.
Mais um troféu, quer ver? Isso. Todos no nível máximo. Todos no nível 3. Deixa eu ver se essas pedras, as joias aqui. Velocidade de ataque. 5% da energia da espada, aumenta a resistência a danos físicos.
The road less traveled, thought Renato.
How intriguing.
Tá virado a moléstia. Esse é novo. Porra! Porra!
On Zenobia's island were no match for Renato. They screamed as the stones sucked out their souls. And with each death, he felt stronger. Take the power, the stone told him. Finally,
A
Renato
bichinha
caught
sabe
up
que ele
to
tá
her.
sendo controlado.
He had never seen her scared before. At school, she'd been the determined, brave one. Now her eyes were wide, frightened. He didn't like seeing her this way. Kill her, whispered the stone. You cannot win your rebellion without it. Please. No, said Zenobia. Not that way. Oh, they had been so close once. Could
Ainda
he
bem que vai ter mais
really feed
escolha.
her soul to his demonic gem? But if he spared her, he would not get the full power of the stone. Oh, how could he be the hero he wanted to be?
Ainda bem que tem uma escolha.
Rinaldo hesitated. Zenobia was his greatest enemy. She was the Emperor's daughter and his greatest general, and the single person Rinaldo least wanted to remove from this world, especially that way. She was holding her arms out before her, hands fluttering, fending him off with hopeless urgency. Nope, she was weaving a spell. He couldn't move. This thing is evil, she said. She slid the Iblis stone out of its slot in his gauntlet and slipped it into a bag. Maybe we can learn from it. She eyed him with a strange, wry, apologetic look. I missed you too. And before he could move again, she was gone. Learn from the Iblis stone? What did that mean? Would she take it to the palace or to the observatory on the Nexus? If she thought it was evil, she wouldn't want it in the palace. And, after all, it was evil, wasn't it? Maybe I can outrace her to the observatory, thought Rinaldo. Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer.
Estamos próximo ao nosso desfecho, amigo.
Rinaldo felt a little sick. Ever since Zenobia had taken
Amigo,
the
assim, o
stone
jogo é
from
grande, hein?
He'd felt an ache that
Desde
wouldn't go
tarde que eu tô
away.
jogando.
He missed it. He wanted it back. He needed it back. Why hadn't he killed her when he had the chance? She was the enemy. He hadn't even seen her in 14 years. Why had he hesitated? You're a sucker for an empowered woman. Rinaldo kicked himself. Don't make that mistake again.
Hesitou porque ele gosta da bichinha. E de novo. É um canto que toda vida eu nunca vou, toda eu erro. Ah, adivinei por aqui não, que eu já vou logo direto, que eu já desbloqueei tudo.
Zenobia thought the stone was evil. Was it? Well, yes, but he still longed to have it back. He'd felt so good killing ravens with it, and yet he'd felt unclean ever since he'd touched it. She confused him. She'd made him want to be a better fox, and then she'd abandoned him, never telling him she was the Emperor's daughter, never contacting him since. Well, who was she to tell him the stone was evil?
Já tinha um rolo com a gatinha, amigo.
And while he was trying to recover the stone Zenobia had taken from him, the Imperial fleet was tightening its grip. He might fail to save the rebellion, and it would all be her fault. Bernardo felt a burst of outrage. Not only had she stolen his gem, she'd also stolen his scientists. Sure, they were neutral, but they had helped him discover what the Emperor was up to. They were supposed to be helping me, Bernardo thought. So unfair. It was a bit windy up here.
Porra. A pessoa tá puxando errado esse porra. Ele veio morrer aqui nessa bicha. Caralho. As outras vezes ele levei uma pancadazinha, agora quase morro. Porra, ainda pegou, mas também atacaram dois de uma vez. Olha aí. Estão botando pra ficar mais difícil, é?
Felt a little
Life, meu
stealing
amigo.
crafting materials from chests. He preferred to rob them from people at sword point. The scientist's toes were pointing arcane instruments at the stone and looking at it through prisms and reflections. Mine, said Reynardo as he took back the stone.
Well, we need that for science.
Croaked the toads. So he killed them. He felt better immediately. Smarter, too.
Fala.
I thought you'd never come for me, whispered the stone. Then, a far speaker toad croaked.
Ele era pra ter, é pra ter botado na escolha aí.
Reynardo, leave the stone with the toads. It will swallow your soul. It will kill everyone you love.
That did seem vaguely familiar. But Reynardo had an army to lead, an empire to bring down.
I know you can fight this thing.
Zenobia continued in the far speaker's croak.
You let me live. You know how evil it is. It will destroy you, Reynardo. It will destroy everything you love.
He had tried to convince himself that this time he would control the Iblis stone. But he could feel his will becoming brittle. She was right. He would get rid of it. Right? Now. Or now. He didn't really want to. I know. I'll go to the mountains, Reynardo thought. I'll find the strength to do it in the peace and quiet there.
Ele vai ficar daquele jeito, Hare Krishna de novo, paz e amor, e vai morrer no final de novo.
As the Farfarer landed at the foot of the mountains, Reynardo was surprised to find Lapino there. What are you doing here? Oh,
Hey.
You wouldn't believe it. I was stowed away on an Imperial courier ship, dressed up as a combat nurse carrying a general's beak transplant.
This
Pirangueiro,
was
hey.
not a great time, said Renato, who was pretty sure he did not, in fact, believe Lupino's story.
That's when you need your friends,
said Lupino. I just need some peace and quiet, said Renato, and grimly set out on the path.
Atatou o traidor, filho de uma égua.
Can you guys actually tell each other apart? Because I'm thinking plain text.
Rapaz, todo eu me laço nesse bicho, velho. Agora não escapo não, pois é. Porra! Toda vida eu me laço nesse bicho. Querendo defender.
Ooh, sparkly, thought Renato.
Ele é mais balré. Até a vida tá de. Sai daí, filho de uma mãe! Diabo de raposa, filho da puta burra do cacete! Quer derrubar esse filho de uma égua lá no...
Already Renato knew more than he ever had. But about what?
Dá pra evoluir ainda aqui? Ah, não.
Want to hook up?
Renato told his friend how he had slaughtered the toads and how he had nearly slain Zenobia. A terrible burden,
doido pra
this
pegar pedra.
Stone.
Filho de uma
Sympathize with the
égua, foi.
rabbit. Yeah, but I need it for the rebellion. Do you now? You know, you were a pretty fine fighter before you were wielding a demonic decoration. Oddly, the sword wasn't whispering at him to kill Lupino.
Up ahead in the mountains, there was a peaceful spot. If he could rid himself of his burden anywhere, it was there.
Também que olha se vai botar as garras de fora.
There were stickers all over the platform for really hot lady foxes, with pictures and addresses and everything.
Olha, de novo eu não peguei aquela ali do lado, ó. Porra, velho. Terminar o jogo e eu não pego aquela porra ali. Caralho.
Just trying to teach you how to fly.
De novo eu não peguei aquela porra. Ah, peguei tudo já também. Mas não tem diferença não. Rapaz, quando esse cabo começa a errar, já era. Acabei de pegar a vida mesmo. Embora, vou embora.
Renato thought it would make a difference, snatching the Iblis stone before the Emperor could get it. And it would destroy him. Zenobia and Lupino, they were both trying to save him. Peace. That was what he needed. So much for peace and quiet. There was Lupino. Again.
You're stronger than
Mas rapaz,
some dumb
olha aí.
rock, Lupino said. Let's just
bury it. And no one will
Olha
ever
o cão,
find
onde
it
ele
again.
tá, já matou o sapo ele.
Renato could feel the spirit energy of all those dead ravens inside him, pecking away.
The rabbit was right. Even if the rabbit was a traitor, he was still right. He tore the Iblis stone from his gauntlet and threw it into the hole Lapino had dug. The stone was silent, probably sulking.
Now whoop those Imperials, said Lapino. Aren't you coming? Ah, no, I can't come with you. It's my old injury, you know. Recently, it's been acting up terrible. I'd be no use to you at all.
So Renato boarded the Farfarer alone. Renato felt lonely.
Sabia que esse bicho era
on board the
pirangueiro.
How
Antes de
could his old
descobrir.
friend Lapino, miraculously escaped from the Empire, leave him to face the final battle alone? Well, he'd abandoned Lapino before, hadn't he? It was only fair. And of course he felt lonely. He'd given up the Iblis stone and all the souls he feted. Of course he felt alone. But he had done the right thing. It had been hard to do, but there was no better feeling than that. Zenobia would be so proud of him. The battle, alas, was not going well. He no longer had the stone, and he'd never gotten the core. Lapino wasn't with him, and he was up against Zenobia, out there somewhere, maneuvering the Emperor's forces. The rebels had been outnumbered from the start, and he still had that aching longing for the stone. But that is what it means to be a hero. He would fight his way to Zenobia. He would show her what he was capable of. Just him, with no diabolic accoutrements. He would win, no matter the odds.
Vou aqui por baixo agora.
The portal was heavily guarded. It must go someplace they really didn't want him to go. Good thing Renato didn't have vertigo. Yes, that was it. Pirouette, slash, parry, dodge. Renato had never done such good work in a fight.
He wished the boats were on to sing of his exploits for his old age.
O caminho é bem mais
He wouldn't
curto.
have to kill Zenobia. Maybe he could defeat her and take her prisoner. Then he could turn the tide against the Emperor. If she wasn't crowned princess, once this was all over, she'd have more time for him, right?
What are you guys dress up as for Halloween? Just wondering.
Eita, rapaz.
Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Again. This time, he'd make an end of him. He'd screwed up last time, but he had a good feeling about this time.
Vamos ver agora o que é que vai dar.
By some miracle, Renato fought his way to the Emperor's ship. He was exhausted, bleeding, but he'd found the strength to reject the stone. Zenobia came out of the ship. "Renato!" she shouted, and then she fell down and died. Lapino was behind her, wielding a sword that seemed to suck all the light out of the sun. "You idiot! You threw the stone away!" cried Lapino. "You said it was evil." "It hates sanctimonious prigs like you," laughed Lapino. "We're having a grand old time." Renato turned and ran. But no matter where he ran, Lapino jumped in front of him until Renato was cornered. That boy could hop. "You wouldn't do this to an old friend, would you?" cried Renato. "You mean this?" said Lapino as he slid the sword into Renato's guts. "Damn it! Again!" He should go back to some of the choices he'd
Já
faced
sabe que não pode
before.
confiar?
Maybe there were new paths that had opened up. Like those doors he was opening up all over the map that took him to new treasures and around his enemies. And he hadn't learned anything new this time. He'd done the same thing twice, yet expected a different outcome.
Tá, ver o que é que eu vou fazer agora.
The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again.
Ai, ai,
Faster than
ai.
before, and he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of
É aí que eu tenho que
Boreas.
juntar força com a
It
bichinha
was
lá.
time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster, Maybe he could find a way to use it. To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens? Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces deep. As he set foot on the island, Renato couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Was Lapino still waiting to be rescued? No. He was probably drinking champagne with the ravens. Did ravens drink champagne? Did rabbits? Renato felt oddly thirsty, come to think of it. Why had he chosen the Sky River? Renato never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Só um instante, galera.
The people who had built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the lost gods, thousands of thousands had died. but Renato had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one.
Local que eu acho que não tinha vindo ainda não.
That had been his mistake before, trusting his old friend Lapino, who had been through so many battles with him and shed so many heartaches, who he'd rescued so many times. What was up with that guy anyway? Once, Renato had been to a dungeon where all the chests were locked. It was awful.
Ainda tem aqueles outros lá. Não sei se eu vá aqui. Se eu pegar aqui não tem mais volta, né?
It was time for a little exploration.
Porra. Eu passei aqui. Ixi Maria, sai igual um flash, ainda pegou.
Who are you looking at? Oh, right. No one. Go. The live ones, I mean.
See? That wasn't so hard. There it was. Skyripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway.
The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Skyripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him. Renato asked himself why he changed course to confront Zenobia. He'd no idea. Sometimes he would just do things and he
Vou
could
aqui
never figure
porque
out why he'd done
vai
it.
que a pedra lá
Usually,
pega,
it worked out.
depois eu pego a pedra e
After
prendo
all,
aqui na armadura.
He was a hero.
Vamos ver, né?
The
É muita
truth is,
combinação.
though, he wanted to see her, wasn't it? It had been a dozen years since Swordfu School. He'd followed every rumor about her, every scrap of news. Not that he still loved her. After all, she was his enemy. No, it was solely because know your enemy. But it would be great to see her. Even if they faced off across sword points, as they'd done so many times at school. The world was a less interesting place without her.
This was the nice part of town, but the ravens had been through here. They like to take shiny things home to their nests.
Não abrir aquela primeira porta.
Firewalls
Tem que abrir
only
essas
let you
portas,
through
né?
if they
Outra coisa
think
não.
you're hot enough.
Um pouco das pistas.
It looked like they'd forgotten to turn off their flamethrower.
Mais um baú. Voltei pra cá.
couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he?
Eita porra. Foi isso. Eita.
Renato wasn't entirely sure how he was going to capture Zenobia. She'd be expecting him. And he didn't have Lapino to cook up a clever plan. Why was it again that he hadn't got the core?
Maybe because the results tended to be disastrous.
These streets were familiar. The Swordfu School was closed now, but he had been down that street 1,000 times. He knew that pub. He knew that alley. He knew the alley behind it much too well. No wonder Zenobia had chosen to invade this island herself.
Fresh meat!
Tinha visto já. Oh. Cadê o bichinho tava aqui da outra vez?
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up on her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She vanished. And he suddenly noticed he couldn't move except his mouth. In fact, soon he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He told Zenobia everything. Skyripper, the Iblistone, even where the secret rebel base was, until he was hoarse. It was some kind of truth spell. A talky truth spell. She called her father by Farspeaker Toad and filled His Majesty in.
But why didn't he get the core?
Croaked the Farspeaker in something like His Majesty's croak. Because I missed you, darling. Renato grinned. He doesn't even know why, frowned Zenobia.
That makes no sense. It's a trap,
Shouted the Emperor.
I'll meet you at the outpost, and I'll bring my interrogators.
If Renato came face to face with the Emperor, maybe he could assassinate him. But maybe it would be smarter and safer to turn Zenobia against her father.
What are you doing?
Asked Zenobia. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He asked her. She shook her head. He told her. His Majesty wanted to bring the lost gods back. They could make him an eater of souls, an immortal. But to seal his bargain with them, he needed a sacrifice. Someone who truly loved him. She was stunned. Furious. You're lying. Under a truce spell? It's a trick. You can't prove that. Take me to the observatory, and I will. What kind of proof could you possibly have? She said as they landed on the Nexus. Your father ritually sacrificed a village, and he left witnesses? The scientists resurrected one. Well, it's not really alive, but it can talk. A true witness. She frowned. The dead can't lie. Well, I bet they could. They just don't have any reason to. She nodded grimly. You go on ahead. I don't want the ravens to see me. There was a sign. Take the goat across first.
Eu uso muito, só não falta encher a vida. O poder dessa espada. Agora não lembro se era aqui o canto que toda a vida eu vacilava, se for. Eu vou pegar agora. Certo. Tentar a ligação aqui de novo. Um instante, galerinha.
She caught up with him. Don't you think I'd know if my father wanted to invoke the lost gods? Would he tell you? No. Would you help him? No. I'd burn his books. Why'd he adopt a stray cat? You don't ask a thing like that. No. Not when there's no good answer, she said, her whiskers twitching.
In this chest, there were woodcuts of amazingly beautiful vixens wearing no clothes at all. And something more useful.
The Emperor had learned enough secrets from Renato to crush the rebellion. It will be a fair trade if the scientists could convince Zenobia to change sides. A cannon trap. Who doesn't love being shot at by cannons? And who kept these things loaded anyway?
This is quite the view, he thought. The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The ravens had burned the reanimated witness to cinders. Renato was stunned. There goes my proof. These were scientists, not rebels, Zenobia said, upset. Why would he do this? I don't know. Let's go to the fleet and ask him. Yes. I'll meet you on the mountains. There's something I have to get first. But could he afford to meet her in the mountains? He'd given the Empire the location of the secret rebel base. They would need rescuing. Was he going to meet up with her? Wasn't it more important to rescue the Rebel Council from the almost certain Imperial attack? Why was he in this war anyway? Was it really to fight the good fight, or did he just want to see her again? One of these days, Renato thought, I should really figure out my motives before I pounce. Nah. Was it true? Was he on this adventure just to see Zenobia again? The Imperial heir was not an easy cat to see. Well, she'd ignored all his Kwanzaa gifts. And on the other paw...
Instantinho, galera.
Trying to get a date by joining a war against your intended was, let's say, pretty optimistic. Yeah, but on the back paw, thought Renato. Yes, it sounded exactly like him. Good. I'm so glad we had this little chat, he told himself.
Porra!
Renato wondered what would happen if he jumped. Would he be rescued by an emergency platform?
Rapaz, esse aqui só vou mudar o final no lugar de vir pra cá e ir lá pra onde a minha tava. Só vou mudar isso aí no próximo. Ó, o doido caiu lá embaixo sozinho.
were a lot of dead ravens along the side of the road. Someone had rampaged through here on a killing spree.
What had Zenobia gone to get? He had a chilling feeling it was the Iblis stone.
Zenobia was level-headed. The stone could make anyone bloodthirsty.
You could tell her style from the blade work on the dead bird.
Aqui, ó, toda a vida. Agora eu fui. Toda a vida eu tentava vir pra cá, não vinha. Não deu certo agora. Primeira vez. Pela primeira vez.
Oh, hey. There's a couple of red spots on your feathers. Oh, wait. Not yet.
Sabia que uma hora eu acertava. Onde é que ele veio parar? Voltou. Meu amigo, não como me viro pra bater num, o outro vem. Quero zerar o joguinho já já, amigo. Tá demorando o jogo. Patrão.
Renato wondered what he should do when he found Zenobia. What could he do if she had the Iblis stone?
He reached the summit, expecting no one. But there she was, steaming, pacing.
I'm gonna kill him, she said. I'm gonna kill all his ravens, and then him, and then his family, and all the eggs and tadpoles. And then I'm gonna burn down their pond.
Did you go and get the Iblis stone?
Do you see all these ravens I killed? So much power.
Yeah. Great, Renato said.
You really want power from a demonic rock? You want the stone, don't you?
Not really.
Good. I'd rather not have to kill you.
He told her he loved her, that he wouldn't let the Iblis stone take her, even if he had to die for it. Well, he planned to tell her. Now didn't seem like the right time. She'd probably cool off in a bit. So he let her get in her ship and fly off. He rushed back to the Farfarer and followed her, keeping a healthy distance. Zenobia's ship was just visible through the clouds ahead. How could he reason with her? But he had to. The rebels were down for the count. No wonder. He'd betrayed the location of their base and then he'd abandoned them. And if she became Empress while she was in the grip of the Iblis stone, if she became Empress by murdering her father, she could still be a great Empress. But she could also be a nightmare Empress. She had to be stopped.
Tem que pegar a pedra lá. Pegar a pedra lá, aí dá certo. Esse aí apareceu a opção? Apareceu não.
There were more dead ravens along his path.
Bora, John, boa
Some of
noite,
them
feliz ano
wounded in
novo,
the
meu
back.
amigo.
He
Rapaz,
knew she
John
could have
é, viu,
easily
filho?
talked her way past them, or clouded the
Tudo
little
indica que
tiny
sim,
raven
viu?
brains with a spell. She was going out of her way to kill everything in her path. This wasn't Zenobia, not as he knew her.
Um instante, pessoal.
Renato had a feeling that was the back door to something. But what?
Eu achava que ele ia pegar aquela pedrazinha que coloca aqui que anula dela. Aí tinha nada certo. Mas não apareceu a opção.
So, his beloved was possessed by the spirit of a demon. That's what it meant to be a hero. To brave the darkness in your loved one's soul. To have faith there was still good in her. To help her out of that darkness, no matter what the cost. But what? What could he do? She'd kill him if he tried to take the Iblis stone from her.
Danced around the room yelling, oh yeah, that's how we do it. It was something he liked to do, but only after he'd killed all the witnesses.
Take a leap of faith, said the inscription.
Ele tá com a armadura, mas tá com a orbezinha. Vamos ver o que é que vai dar agora.
At the end of the trail of raven corpses was Zenobia. Her father was frantically rigging a strange apparatus wrapped around a glowing core. "Don't do it!" he shouted. "You'll hate yourself in the morning! Stay back!" She screamed in a horrible voice he'd never heard before. It froze him in his tracks. The Emperor stared at him. "Run!" he told the toad. "Or hop!" But he didn't manage to voice it, only think it. Zenobia stabbed her blade forward, and His Majesty fell dead. She began laughing hysterically. Or was she weeping? "Just walk away," she laughed at him. "I've no more use for you." There was something he needed to do, but he couldn't figure out what it was. So he did as he was told. As he walked away, he felt a chill in the world. The light in the sky seemed to dim. He didn't dare turn. He had a nagging feeling there was something he should have done just then. Something heroic. But he could not have taken the Iblis stone from her by force. And she would not have parted with it willingly. A cold wind blew from where she had been. But he still didn't dare turn. And then, an awful laughter filled the air. And all the torches and all the ships went out. And he realized what he should have done. But by then, it was too late to do anything. He should go back to some of the choices he'd faced before. Maybe there were new paths that had opened up. Like those doors he was opening up all over the map that took him to new treasures and around his enemies. But he'd learned another true thing. Zenobia still had feelings for him.
Eu vou fazer essa mesminha aqui. Encontrar armadura. Deixar aí para encontrar Zenobia depois. Reunir com os cientistas, se encontrar com os Zenobos de novo. Acho que deixar para encontrar os Zenobos só no terceiro, na terceira escolha.
The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again, faster than before, and he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that
tem uma
Lapino
chave
had
ali
betrayed the
agora.
rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Tem uma chavezinha agora ali. Por que tem essa chavezinha aqui agora? Queria pegar isso aqui. Por que tem essa chave aqui?
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause, and maybe Renato could use that somehow.
Ah, agora ele lembra, né, do que aconteceu.
Renato couldn't quite put his paw on when he'd realized Lapino was working for the Empire. He'd never exactly seen Lapino sending coded messages to the palace, but he was sure. The rabbit had been on too many disastrous missions where he was the only survivor, or where he accidentally missed getting on the boat that went down to the abyss in flames. If Renato could prevent Lapino from getting back to the fleet with all the intelligence he'd probably gathered, it might be worth the trip. How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Renato out of prison at least 4 times, and Renato had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs.
Confrontar o traidor, vamos lá. Um instante, galerinha, que eu tô aqui há tempos tentando pedir minha janta e não dá certo. But he'd always felt that the rabbit resented him. Lapino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else.
But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice? Renato felt that all the recent fighting had taught him something new, but he couldn't quite put his paw on it. That would come in handy in a pinch. There was still no sign of Lapino. Not a hair, not a pellet. Was he hiding in the cemetery further down the road? That didn't seem like him. Lapino would betray him. The call was dangerous. Renato had a fleeting idea that the two ideas went together somehow. And then it was gone again. Damn ideas. They never stuck around when you needed them.
Ora, vagabundo, cadê tu, vagabundo?
How we do it, said Renato to himself.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew what the rabbit was, There are a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger. Oh, I am. The Ravens are coming. Now, I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky River was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it. Renato felt like a real hero, brave and smart. He told the rabbit all about the Sky Ripper's God's Eye core.
I'll go get the core while you attack Zenobia.
He told the rabbit.
But wait, I have an even better idea. I'll get the core and you attack Zenobia,
Said the rabbit.
Right, yeah, that is better.
Agreed Renato. Perfect. The traitor would make sure the Emperor got the core. Now Renato just needed the Emperor to use the core. If he could only get something that the Emperor wanted very badly. Zenobia. He could save her and bait the Emperor at the same time. Right. Now,
Okay.
all Renato had to do was fight his way
Okay,
through Zenobia's
ficar-
invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom and kidnap her without any of
ficar
the
com
dozens of
bichinho
guards
lá e lá.
alerting her. Then, he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up. It did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did. Come over here.
É só pra ir. É pra ter confrontado logo ele, eu acho. Eu vacilei.
So that's what they meant by a firewall. What unlocks a firewall?
Ali é só perca de tempo. Aquele verde também, agora eu já sei. Precisava vir por aqui ou mais rápido. Só um instantezinho agora, galera.
Didn't your mother tell you it's rude to stare? Snapped Renato, a little smug.
Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lupino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught.
They jumped us. I barely got away. Oh, they got the core.
Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis Stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait. No. The gem would corrupt anyone. Even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lupino. Even though Lupino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius. This is terrible, Renato told the rabbit. If only I had gone for the Iblis Stone. But now it's lost in enemy territory. He handed Lupino a map. It gives the bearer so much power. We can only hope the Emperor never finds it. What was that? Said Lupino. I think someone's following us. I didn't hear anything. Rabbit ears. You go on ahead. I'll check it out. And with that, Lupino hopped off the map.
Ei, vagabundo. É só o baú. Vamos pra frente que é pra não perder tempo.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. She was curled up on her bed. He'd forgotten how beautiful she was, how sleek, how soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She was made of smoke, and he noticed he had a very solid blade to his throat. "Did you really think you could capture me?" Purred a familiar voice. "I just wanted to chat," said Renato. "Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He needs a sacrifice, someone who truly loves him, to make a bargain with the lost gods." "That's a vicious lie. He wants to bring them back. That's crazy. Why would anyone..." "They could make him immortal, an eater of souls." And with that, her eyes widened. She understood. Renato told her how he had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred, how he had slept in a burnt village. At midnight, the Emperor's victims had come to him in his dreams to tell him of the hideous eldritch rituals they'd been sacrificed in. He could still see those kittens and puppies, their wide, sad eyes, their moist noses. "You can't prove that." "I've got a witness at the observatory." He couldn't tell her, not yet, why he was really here. He didn't want her to be anywhere near the fleet when her father blew himself from
Agora
the
acho que
Pilo
deve pra provar, eu acho. Porque o doido lá não sabe que ele veio pra cá.
Oh, they really ought to put a railing on this thing, he thought. The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt
Vamos
village.
embora.
Dead kittens and puppies had
Vou
come
nem
to tell him
demorar,
what the
não.
Emperor had done to them.
Vai ter um troféu aí, matar não sei quantos aí, menos de não sei quantos segundos aí. Acabei com o meu bichinho.
Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic? Why? Would you join in? No! I'd destroy his books and I'd... Oh, God. Okay, you're not completely wrong. They've resurrected one of his victims. Well, I mean, look, it's not exactly alive, but it can talk. A true witness, she said.
Meu amigo, faz tempo que eu ligo aqui, não consigo falar com ninguém. Consegui, ainda foi vir pra cá, hein? O cara fica parado, mano. Puta que pariu.
Here, fishy!
Será possível que eu consigo pedir uma pizza lá?
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken special care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared at the carnage. He didn't want me to hear the witness, did he? I guess not. What's your plan? She asked. So, Renato explained his brilliant gambit. Sending Lapino to get the Iblis Stone, become super powerful and corrupted, provoke the Emperor into using the core against him, thus blowing up both of them, and hopefully the fleet too. Let me visit your council, she said, shaken. I want to help.
Could he really trust her?
Done it. He'd made Zenobia see how evil her father really was. He wished she didn't feel this urge to join in the rebellion. After all, he'd taken care of the Emperor, right? Yeah, but she'd always been conscientious like that. She told him she had to go somewhere first. So Renato gave her the location of the secret base, and they agreed to meet in the ruins. He had a very good feeling about this. What had Zenobia gone off to do? What was more important than meeting the rebel council? Had he made a mistake, sending her to the ruins? No. He knew they could trust each other. He could trust her because she never broke her word. And she could trust him because she could see right through him. Well, she'd probably be there well before him. She at least didn't have to fight her way through rainstorms of ravens. This was definitely
Que não é
better than
papeludo,
putting
não, que é a
yourself
base
in
dos
a pickle.
rebeldes. Não é pra ter treta não.
Why would anyone put his slinky collection in a strongbox, thought Renato. Any magic slinkies? Oh, there was something else.
Calaveras had once explained to Renato how portals worked, but no matter how hard he tried to understand, the words just flew out of his brain.
Aqui foi diferente. No mesmo lugar.
You couldn't hack this kind of firewall. You had to warm it up to you.
Onde é que tá o coelho ali embaixo?
As he came around the bend, there was Lupino, unconscious on the side of the path. And Renato could smell a familiar, sweet, smoky scent. Who? Zenobia. It had to be. She never used a combat spell when she could use drowsy gas. That meant she had the Iblis Stone. What would it do to her? She hated her father now. She'd kill him for sure. The council wouldn't mind if she killed the Emperor, but murdering her father would destroy her. He had to get to whatever ledge she was on and talk her down from it. Hey, why don't you guys fight in groups? Oh, I know. Because there's no I in team. What was the point of this gate?
Did they think no one would notice the lever? The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. Feels so close to you. Ice walls only let you through if they knew you were cool.
Um instante, galera. Não era melhor se trouxesse ela, não? Ou ela não aguenta vir ou não quer vir? Pronto, qualquer coisa tu dá o toque aí. Não, não vou não. Mas esse caso aí é complicado, viu, Pezinho? Porque mesmo que você faça o camarãozinho aí pra ir, mas é chato, acaba aí, a menina tá doente. Febre, ainda mais febre, a pessoa tem que descansar, né? Aí o cabo ficar aí bebendo aí não é legal não. Vi, mano. Vou querer agora não, eu mal assisto TV, macho. E o meu receptor aqui toda a vida sempre rodou lisinho, né? Pra mim não é assim, não tem serventia pra mim não. Não, eu sei que ela é, mas a questão, mas é que a pessoa doente tem que descansar. E o cabo vai pra aí e faz incomodar. Pode ficar pra outro dia, quando ela estiver melhor, a gente vê aí.
everyone in the council chamber was dead, Zenobia stood shivering in the courtyard, drenched in blood.
Why?
He managed. They started arguing with me. I lost my temper and I wanted their blood. Well, not me. The stone did.
Why did you take it from Lupino?
I had a plan. You had a stupid plan, she said. I'm going to go kill my father now.
No, you can't. You'll just take his place. You'll become worse than him.
Get out of my way,
Or I'll kill you too.
You won't kill me, he said. And I won't let you kill the Emperor. Enraged, she raised the sword.
You hate him too?
He could sense the Iblis stone, yearning for his death. But she didn't strike. If you kill him, it'll destroy you. I know you.
Shut up!
She shouted, her sword trembling. I won't lose you again. Not for anything.
Get away from me!
He said, and he was very close. I can't lose you again. And he was in reach of her sword now.
I hate him! I hate you too!
I love you, he said for the very first time. And then she was weeping. He was holding her. The sword had dropped from her hand. He glanced at the Iblis stone. It was no longer the black of the void. It looked like coal. No. It glowed, like a cinder. It was crackling, burning, crumbling into ashes. You've
Agora
always
acho que foi
loved me,
certo.
haven't you? She said. She was weak. The stone had taken so much from her. Always, he said. She staggered as he helped her up. Let me take you away. Where? The island of Avalon. The sisters will heal you. He'll follow us. Then we need the Farfarer, the fastest ship in the Empire. The Empire had seized his ship. They'd have to take it back.
Caraca, que jogo grande, meu amigo. Quanto tempo de live já? Quase 8 horas. Caminho mais curto.
There it was again. The back door to the portal that went to the center of the fleet. And there it was, his beautiful skycraft, the Farfarer. They would fare very far indeed, beyond the Empire, beyond the reach of the Empire, to the mystical island of Avalon. He didn't know exactly where it was, but he knew he could find it. And they would find peace there. Second star on the right, and straight on till morning, laughed Zenobia. And they laughed together for the first time in a long time.
Kill the rebel!
Cord one, Raven.
Eat the rebel!
Cord another.
Não é bichinho, é pra ter vindo com ele. Acho que ela veio, só não vai aparecer.
Someone needs a bath. What did you do if one of these platforms stalled?
Ah, que pariu! Eu derrubo esse bicho, vou dar o dash pro outro lado. Se fica um eco, vai pro lado que as ventas apontam. Não vai pro lado que eu seguro, não. Porra! Pera aí. Filho da mãe.
But they did not go unnoticed. Scout ships lifted off, and the long lance of the Imperial flagship. Renato turned downwind to gain speed. The Raven ships could pursue, but they couldn't close. The Farspeaker croaked, "You return her and live!" "Go sacrifice yourself," yelled Renato. "Then you won't have her either." On the flagship, the Emperor was readying some arcane weapon. It couldn't be. It was the core. A devastating beam lanced out of the flagship. Renato zigzagged wildly to keep the Farfair out of it. Now the Raven scout ships were closing the distance, and the beam was getting closer too. Then came a blinding flash, and the air was searingly hot all around him. There was a thunderous, deafening roar. He could smell burnt oak and burnt feathers and burnt flesh. But when he could hear and see again, they were alive and unhurt. And they were alone in the sky. Zenobia embraced him. They had done it. Through luck and through love, they had won the war. "Avalon, here we come," he said as he held her arms wide in the prow of the boat and let her feel its speed. "Maybe the real Avalon is wherever we're together," she said. And so, after a bit of an argument, Renato and Zenobia went to one of the two Avalons. The one shrouded in mists, or the one in their hearts. But which one they went to, I'll never tell. He'd done it. He'd forged his own destiny. Well, he hadn't actually done it, but he knew what he would do. Renato smiled at the book. He practically wanted to kiss it. The kid's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He'd saved the book and saved the world. Renato owed him and his mother so much. Renato lowered the mainsail and let the Farfarer shoot forward in the breeze. Second star to the right, and straight on till morning. This time, he would win.
Que massa, amigo. E o troféu por fazer as escolhas, todas as escolhas certas. Até a capa do livro aí, você vê em alto relevo as letras. Muito bem feito, viu? Eita, meu, quase 8 horas de live aí pra zerar o jogo. Mais um jogo zerado em live, amigo. Completinho da Silva Sauro. Vou deixar passando os créditos aí e vou que venho já, galera. Parabéns, trajetória do herói completo, recompensa Pedra, Iblis, Sky, sempre ativos. Como assim? Pois é, galerinha, obrigado aí quem comentou na live, quem participou. Daqui a pouco vamos ter live de outro jogo, hein? Fiquem todos com Deus, um feliz ano novo. Um abraço de Emanuel Scano. Vamos ajudar o canal, galera. Bora compartilhar nas redes sociais aí. Obrigadão, um abraço, fui!